It's as if you and David collaborated on that opening. I
All
love
right.
that score so much. We want to welcome in David. Thank you for joining us today
Oh,
on
thanks
Wino
for having
Forever.
me.
You welcome anytime, David. I know you were busy the last couple of weeks, but it's kind of
Yeah.
I mean, you're baby Benjamin for Christ's sake. It's an open invite. It is. We are Wino Forever the Depping. This is Deppisode 82, Sarah.
Yes.
I gotta get this pronunciation right, and we title this now ARMaDEPPageddon, right?
No, ARMaDEPPageddon.
ARMaDEPPageddon. Okay,
That
okay.
was your idea. Get it right.
I know. I couldn't even. I needed the Giannis and Antetokounmpo pronunciation key to get that down. No matter how articulate you are, no matter how Juilliard classes you went to, and nobody's more eloquent than David. There are just some words you just can't tackle. I mean, you could your mouth's just not cut out for. There's like at least 20 words in the lexicon. I
Yeah.
can't
Tell
get
me.
it. Oh, you guys. Hey, Sarah, how'd that mouth do? To quote Melvin.
Same. Nothing.
Oh my God. So Hooper has you. Hooper, I think it's Hooper, has you petting a cat. Gunga Din, I'm sorry. Gunga Din has you petting a cat like Dr. Evil as your pre-show routine. That
Yes.
crazy.
The cat got 10 minutes while I waited for you to do your effing football pool at the very last moment. 8 minutes before we started.
Yeah, this is NFL. David was all over me. He's like, "You gonna do this on NFL opening night?
I care
Bills
so much.
Rams."
Yeah.
This is the last time. I think we're probably gonna move it to Friday. I
Mm-hmm.
don't.
Or Saturday.
Right on cue. There's Brendan with his first wrestling reference. Most eloquent man I know is the poet laureate of the World Wrestling Federation, Leaping Lanny Poffo, and his poetry is some of the funniest things I've ever seen on TV. When he would read the poems before the match, and it would just be this really
yeah.
hacky rhymes, and then he would get attacked. And he's actually Randy Savage's brother, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Is he still alive?
Who?
Poffo.
Yeah, I believe he is. And he might even
Carry
have a
on the
podcast.
legacy.
Is it like Ronnie's poetry?
Oh, it's funnier.
Okay.
Way funnier and
Yeah.
better. I'm sure there's some crazy wrestling fan that has a kind of compilation now on YouTube. I'll guarantee you some dude did that. And it is just it's one of those things where I don't remember laughing as hard. Some of the old wrestling is the funniest shit, better than any written comedy on TV, better than when Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon go at it. I don't remember laughing as hard as that. The best comedy duo in the history of pop culture, I feel. I don't know, David. So Sarah, I'm sorry. Take it. You got some current event news for us before I get carried away.
I felt like nobody knows this, but the queen is dead. Long live the king. Thank you.
Yes.
And you're like a royal. You're like obsessed with the British royalty, right? I mean, your cat is named after Camilla. Who?
Parker Bowles.
Okay.
That's very true, but no, I've said this 100 times I think here. But on my grandmother's coffee table in the 80s, I learned to read by reading her Star magazines and her National Enquirers, and that's who was on the cover constantly. That family.
Oh, okay.
So I got to know them at a way too young of an age and know the drama that was going on. So I feel like I know that my mother has a shrine to Diana in her home that I'm gonna have to fucking do something with when she dies. I don't know what.
There's a clip tonight. Maybe if we get to it, I hope we do. Of Dice screaming at Howard for his disrespect to Princess Diana.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it was when Princess Diana got assassinated.
Car accident. Depends on who you ask.
Okay. In 1997.
Yes.
So Howard goofed on that along with Ryan White, who Dice was very sensitive about, who we're going to go into tonight. I also want to give executive producer status to Marta, who hopefully she makes a cameo appearance here. She's very, very moves in mysterious ways. And she was in our chat and she said, "Did you see Kid 90, Punky Brewster, Soliel Moon-Frye brings up Depp in this thing?" I'm like, no, so I go and watch it, and it's this crazy documentary of Punky Brewster, aka Soliel Moon-Frye, ran around with a video cam recorder in times when like nobody had a camcorder, and recorded her entire life and documented it. And Depp is brought up, and I immediately, when Marta said that, I'm like, holy shit, that's the Ryan White Charlie Sheen AIDS thing that I would see. I remember in the late 80s or in various magazines, I'd see a picture of Depp, Charlie Sheen, Punky Brewster, and like C. Thomas Howell, and this Ryan White kid. It was a really big deal that this 7-year-old was dying of AIDS, and they set up this huge charity. Elton John was involved, Michael Jackson. I have a couple of videos, and it's this really big thing. And I just kind of turned it into this. It links into this super publicist they had named Jeff Ballard, who was this crazy. He has a weird, creepy history, and I'm not going to even really get into that. It's like a different. He's pedo Hollywood and that whole thing. And this documentary is about the youngest of Hollywood at that time, and all her friends. She filmed them hanging out, and it's really Sean Penn is the executive producer, which I didn't realize until.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did you see it at the end, Dovey?
I didn't see that.
I made sure to put it in the compilation I made for Sarah.
Okay.
I have to say, he sent me the video because I had to make it transformative content, quote unquote.
Did you hear our show last night? Monique tried to explain transformative content, and it was.
No, I didn't hear it.
It like I said. They move the goalposts more than Rolf Berners.
Of course, it's whatever they want it to be. Yeah. But when he sent it to me, I really had no interest in this documentary. I watched it, of course, because I had to, and I'm fascinated by it now.
Yeah, that didn't make sense to me when you said that because you're so into old 80s Hollywood.
I feel like I know this stuff already, but now I loved what I saw.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the best things I've seen in years. In terms of how, if you think it would be this sloppy put together, it tugs at your heartstrings, and I don't say that in a ironic cornball way. I genuinely got weepy at the end, and you know what I'm talking about when they show the collage.
All the people have died.
Oh God, that was brutal.
Yeah,
I was hooked in with a certain song she plays during a montage, of course.
Oh, Eddie Vedder, yeah, because that's how
you blew it.
Well, that's how you know Sean Penn's involved, because anytime you can hook Eddie Vedder, that's coming from Sean Penn.
He owns the rights to those songs. So. From Into the Wild.
Oh, I love that movie. We talked about that movie.
That soundtrack is amazing, and don't forget to play the close tonight.
I won't. You got to stick around for it then.
I'll be listening.
Oh God, you gonna hit that bat shoot? Sam, we're gonna call you Trapdoor from now on.
That's disgusting.
You're gonna
I'm
drop
offended.
that bat smoke pellet and grapple hook. Like, and you're out of here.
I didn't have to get up at the batshit crazy hour of 3 a.m.
Are you Irish, Sarah?
No. Well, yes, I am.
Okay, so you get Irish exit. You're Irish exit, Sarah.
Yep. I am. I did a 23andMe. I am literally 99.9% white, which is so boring, and the majority of it is Irish.
Okay.
Didn't we call Beth Trapjaw?
Yes, we did. That was one of the early nicknames. We got to write this stuff down. We used to have a master list where we'd write down all the nomenclature, and
I should get residuals for that nickname.
Yes, you did make that. I love that. It's got to be It's got to be my top 3 Beth nicknames. She's got so many. You forget about them, and they just get deleted. I'm firmly convinced your brain is a hard drive, and you delete information as it comes in as you get older. Like it's just like you can't hold a certain amount of gigabytes after a while. I had this whole conversation with my psychologist, and he agrees. Then we talked about how you're only using supposedly 5% of your brain, and that's what drugs are for, is to enhance the percentage of your brain you can use to store things. Okay, so let's get right into this. G Canada. I think you should. Is he in here? I'd see his name, but are they talking about him? G Canada. I think you should go on Twitter, and not only along with your Amber Heard stuff, you should become pro. I was thinking about this the other day. Kevin Federline. He should just be this crazy K-Fed head, and get all the crazy Britney fans to just hate him. Have you ever heard like a big Kevin Federline fan besides Mike Walker?
No. Mike Walker.
That would be a good shtick for G Canada to add to that. Go speak.
Real quick, I want to make a suggestion. If anybody has, which you should, you're listening and watching us, YouTube. If any part of you is following the Stuttering John saga that's going on right now, and you don't want to pay Compound Media the $10 a month, which I would never, but go to YouTube. He has posted his response to John, and let me just say my response after I watched it was, Hello, police, there has been a murder. I'd like to report one. I have never been so amazed and awestruck by a comeback in my life. And there's your recommendation, Sarah's recommendation of the week.
Okay.
Oh, check that
On
out.
Compound Media channel. Please don't subscribe. Don't give him the numbers, but just watch it and then back out slowly.
Oh, I have that downloaded anyway. If anybody wants,
Oh,
I know you're talking about.
I don't think I know
Canoga
what
Park
this is
Police.
about.
Yeah. Gungadin says Queen Elizabeth is dead. We wish it was Howard. Yes, we do. Gungadin. Ben Stern is dead. We wish it was Howard. I couldn't agree more. If that's what you're implying. Okay, so we're gonna give Marta executive producer status on this. I realize in Hollywood, it's as simple as that. Did you know that on the movie Blow, that Dennis Leary is the reason that movie got made? So he's given executive producer status if you watch the credits of Blow, and the only thing he did, this is how Hollywood works, is pass the book on to Ted Demme, who directed the movie and produced the movie, and Ted Demme read the book and decided to make a movie out of it and got a movie made. All Dennis Leary did was hand him the book, and he got executive producer status. It's simple as that.
That's like Howard's world. It's like Howard wants executive producer for, like, he mentions to the Osbournes they should have their own show, and then they do, and he thinks he should have credit for that.
Even that's too much work for Howard.
Yeah,
David. Even that, there's no position lazy enough for him. There's no money lazy enough. Like we said, that he will. We predict, and we have inside intel that he may not even finish this year, and he's going to. He wants the Letterman Netflix thing, which is about the laziest thing you can do in all of show business. Do an interview with your friends. Do 8 interviews with your friends every 3 years.
In a comfy chair, right? In
a comfy chair. That's the. I think when he did Letterman's Netflix series, that got the wheels spinning. He went to Buchwald and said, "Get me this." Yeah. There's nothing too lazy for him. Like, America's Got Talent was too ambitious. You can't sit there for 90 seconds judging Ola dogs.
Yeah, right.
That was too difficult for him. They moved the show to New York. So this is the next laziest thing, and that'll be too much. Guaranteed. I know that plughead motherfucker so well. I know if you got it and it's lazy, he wants it.
And there's some Jon Favreau type executive who thinks he can resuscitate his career, like he's got something special, we're just not seeing it.
Well, that's the problem. He has all these Generation X and a couple of years before, whatever that is. Was it baby boomer? What's before X?
Boomers.
What are you, David? You're a
millennial.
Before baby boomer. You're before baby boomer. You're born in the 30s.
Yeah, so right? It's boomer. Oh, I'm the greatest generation. Yeah.
David's the greatest generation. He played for Queen Elizabeth right after World War II. The celebration.
He was at her inauguration.
Yeah, exactly.
He was at the inauguration. Unfortunately, all these people have been now have power in show business, and they do the hiring. And like you said, they think of they've always wanted to work with him or be on a show or have some semblance of power. So this is their way, and they can resuscitate him to what they knew, and it never happens. But again, I don't feel that they even know how bad or acknowledge how hideous this current show is.
Oh, totally. They don't pay for Sirius. No.
Favreau is the perfect name you brought up.
Yeah.
And the guy, Ted Sarandos, who runs Netflix, is, again, he's a Howard super fan. He's tried. There's no question those are in motion right now. The guy, one of the executive producers of AGT, that's how he got that gig. And so there's a lot of these people in that age range now that unfortunately have positions of power to throw this stuff at him that he doesn't deserve on any level.
Right.
Okay, so let's go into what are we, 15 minutes in? I am going to start with, there's no bigger Danny Depp fan than David. So perfectly, as David, you actually did go back and look at his.
I bought his books. I'm finishing another book right now, but I'm planning on starting.
Did you seriously buy them?
I did, yeah.
Oh my God, I thought you were jerking me off.
No, I got them.
Send pictures.
Yeah, right.
Sarah, are you listening to this? David
no, I'm not.
Daniel Depp's novels, his Hollywood crime novels.
Yeah.
And he's reading them. This is crazy.
I'll give you a full book report when I finish them. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't wait. Yeah, and don't feel like you have to compliment him. If you think it sucks, if you think it's hacky, please.
Well, I'm just curious how much of it is informed by things his brother must have told him about the seedy underbelly of the business.
Bingo. Bingo. That's a great insight into the world of Depp. That's phenomenal, David.
Yeah.
Where is he? It has to be off. Anytime you see a quote unquote novel, it's coming from some place of experience or firsthand knowledge. It's never made up. Not that.
Right.
I'm curious to see who the publishing company is. If it's Infinitum Nihil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he just paid, or his brother paid for the book to be published.
Yeah. They're not in front of me. I'll grab them and
yeah, that's fine.
I'll let you guys know.
David, just give us a sneak. Do you have? Is there anything like? Is there one thing you've picked up so far?
Well, the only I haven't started them yet, but there's 2 books which I think are part of a series because it's revolving around the same detective. So
Spandau, David Spandau.
I think that's the name.
Yeah, Detective Spandau. Because I just read the Danny Depp article. That's why it's fresh in my mind.
But I'm not sure if it's set in like the 1940s or if it's set in present day, or it's weird because a detective novel feels so ornate. It feels like it should be of like the World War II era. Yes. So I don't know how he could set it in present day, but
I know you prefer the 40s and World War II, right. But it could very well be
exactly.
And you relate to both eras, so that's
I do.
You really are. If Steve Rogers were a composer, you have so many Captain America personality tropes. I mean, it's when we do the new David opening, I cannot wait to put the thing in where he goes. I'm 95. I'm not dead. Right. And that was when he was driving with, and then he says, my barbershop. Everybody in my barbershop quartet is dead, so I have nothing to do tonight. So it's quotes like that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so this is Danny Depp. This is Depp's brother, who I was obsessed with because how little he comes up, and I'm always obsessed with the forbidden fruit that is Daniel Depp. He never came up during the trial. Do you guys watch? Obviously, Sarah did. David, you watched most of the trial. Did you hear his brother come up once during that?
No.
Isn't that crazy?
Not even the second sister really came up. Even though she was on a witness list.
And he and his brother are his. Does anybody in the chat have a sibling that's 10 years older than them?
I have no sibling.
Isn't that my cousin? I have 2 cousins. I love them both. They are 15 years apart. And the older of the 2 acts as like both a brother and father. It's a weird dynamic. He really is like caught in the middle of that. But I was just wondering because 10 years is a lot between siblings.
Yeah, and my grandfather, he fought in World War II and came back, and his parents had a baby. So it was weird. He's like a 20-year-old who has like a newborn baby brother. Oh my God! So it really was almost like he had no relationship with this brother because it was like they started a second family.
Yeah. Well, Daniel's actually Depp's half brother, and he never comes up. I was amazed. They are supposedly close. And he kind of passed on a lot of his bohemian love of beat poets, and Depp's music taste stems from him. They live. He's the son of, I think, his father's son, and the mom and Betty Sue is not his mother.
Yeah, it's a different. I think it's a different mother.
It's a different mom. Thank you, Sarah. Mm-hmm. So here's his biography, and so this website. Giant freaking robot decided to do a profile. It's very complete and it's very detailed. And Mr. Feeney got into the act, and here it goes. Of course he did.
Daniel Depp. Who is Johnny Depp's brother exactly? Daniel Depp is the brother of Johnny Depp and has made quite the career for himself off of the big and small screen by.
How's the volume? Too much? Too low?
No, it's good. Perfect.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Rick Gonzalez. Daniel Depp is the eldest of the 4 Depp children. He was born on November 14th, 1953, so that makes him 10 years elder of his famous younger half-brother. Kentucky-born, Daniel says his family was one that was constantly on the move. I was born in eastern Kentucky in the mountains, a real Truman Capote Appalachian childhood. Then my mom remarried, and we lived in Owensboro, Kentucky for a while, and then Lexington. I went to at least 5 different high schools. explained the Scotsman. The 5 different high schools eventually led Daniel Depp to the University of Kentucky. As a college student, Daniel majored in European history and classics, which was a study of literature and language. Although he was studying lit and language, his initial dream was that of becoming an architect, like George Costanza.
Oh, I forgot I said that. You know, Daniel's the reason. Daniel can be not blamed, but he's the reason for Depp's obsession with Hunter S. Thompson. So that's how that he passed him on the book, and Depp, you know, was one of those back in those days when TV sucked, and Depp's a generation before us. He's born in '63. No cable TV, you know, in some of the '70s. So you're whatever's on network, and then when that got, you actually read, and if you had a book you liked, you read it over and over and over again. That includes comic books, and so this stuff just sears into your brain, and those books are passed on. That's a lot of that generation has these books that they read like multiple times on their own. It wasn't for school or anything.
Yeah, I love a real Truman Capote Appalachian childhood. Like, that's a phrase, you know.
I knew that would get you. When I was reading that, I knew that would get you. I knew that very phrase would. But that's it. That's him showing off his bookish, pedantic skills. And
a Gore Vidal Manhattanite childhood.
Gore, you and Gore Vidal. How do you know Gore Vidal? You have some nerve, David. So he was genuinely interviewed for this. This isn't some, like, you know, where you draft onto another. He volunteered his services to be interviewed for this. Because you can tell, like, when you're reading it, like, oh, okay, he actually sat down with them.
He's a normal looking guy too.
Yeah. He looks like, you can tell there's some difference in the. I put like a still of him. I give you right after this paragraph. I show like a better picture.
Well, the combination of art and science and all the architects I knew were wonderful and crazy people like Art Vandelay. Unfortunately, Daniel found out early on that the training to become an architect was going to be inexpensive. So in turn, he moved toward the classics and history.
Does anybody? We all watch Seinfeld, right? Did you see the storyline where George Costanza always wanted to be an architect?
Yeah.
No.
And that was like, it's a very funny storyline. So anytime he has a fake alias, his name is Art Vandelay, and his alias is I always wanted to be an architect.
Right.
This is literally exactly what that was. I mean, he's George Costanza. That's exactly the way Costanza did it. So there's his brother Danny on Depp's left, our right, if you're looking at it. That's his real Instagram, by the way. I'm one of those 119 followers. Dan Depp _Depp 02 on Instagram. And he's posted like 6 pictures. He haven't posted since in about a year. And it's just him and his brother, and that's him. I think that picture is from Sarah, what would you say, like 2010?
7, 8, I would say.
It might even be further than that, yeah.
Gunga Din reminds me, and I forgot about this. I was just listening to this the other day. He does mention him in his testimony because his brother came into the room and introduced him to all these rock bands.
That's right.
And then I even went to YouTube to pull up one of the albums he mentioned, and so over my head.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about how old. I mean, he's Howard's age. He's like Dennis Miller and Howard's age. So he's born in November of 1953. It's just like that age is like, you know, what music is foisted on you at that time. You know, and they kind of all like, I'm always fascinated by these guys who think I'm a Beatle maniac. I know it. Yeah, everybody is of your every fucking, you had nothing else to do. You all like the same stuff. Stop bragging that you like Johnny Carson and the Beatles and Mickey Mantle. You all like the same stuff. You had no choices. You had nothing to do. You all like the same stuff. You don't have to brag about liking the Beatles. Well, just assume every baby boomer loves the Beatles. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
All in the Family was the greatest show.
Yes. That's right. Everybody goes back to and it's a great show. But I mean, there was a lot of great. Every show is great that came out then.
It's easy when there's 6 shows and 3 networks. You know.
That's right. And they got there's billions of people watching it, and you remember every line because there were 3 networks.
There's also a big difference between All in the Family and Phyllis Diller's short-lived sitcom. You know, the quality.
I love you referencing Phyllis Diller. Yeah. Sarah's not that different than you. She has a predilection towards a lot of the old broads, like B. Arthur. Who are your favorite old broads? You like Phyllis Diller, right? B. Arthur.
Phyllis Diller, not so much.
Golden Girls are great, but yeah.
Absolutely. B. Arthur's my number one. Joan Rivers is a distant number two.
Yeah, totally.
Melvin says, it's like having a child that isn't your child. Well said, Melvin. Thank you, Gina Bovina. 100% Crypto Nymphosi, you Kryptonian Phantom Zone villainess, you. Hooper, I have a brother 15 years older. I would love. How's that dynamic, Hooper? Are you guys? Does he act as a surrogate father to you, or does it just feel like that's a lot of years? That's a long one. That's my cousin, and my. What were we gonna say, Sarah?
You're going to get to it, but ICG Canada is here fresh from weeping at his Elizabethan shrine or altar.
Did he hear?
That all Canadians have.
Did he hear our Kevin Federline?
I don't think he did.
Okay, G Canada. We said that in coordination with your Amber Heard obsession, you should become obsessed and pro Kevin Federline on the whole Britney Spears thing, and just go on Twitter and go nuts, and write all the hashtags for KFed. You're a KFed head, and just to piss off those crazy psychotic Britney fans and her fucking digitized, talentless fucking music.
By the way, can I say it's very convenient when people say they want to be an architect without having to do the work of being an architect, but by saying you wanted to be one, you give people the affectation that you're giving the air of being an architect. It's very convenient. When people do that.
That was a big. I mean, isn't Brad Pitt a fake architect?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's got an obsession with architecture. But I don't. I mean, is he like an architect? Like, what is that? He went to Missouri, right? University of Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
He was born there, at least. I just want to see him shirtless, in 1994, bent over shirtless, bent over his drafting table, with like a single light on in the room.
I'm sorry, I'm blanking. I tell you, I really believe that thing I'm talking about with the hard drive and your brain deletes information and stuff. I'm really blanking on it turns me into Angry Arm when I blank on very obvious pop culture stuff. Like that Joss Whedon name, when I blanked on Joss Whedon, that still haunts me. I'm still angry at myself. I talked to my therapist about that. I'm like, I can't. Yeah. The director of this is my milieu. This is my bailiwick. I blanked on the director of Avengers. I can't take it. So okay, it just came to. I was filibustering there because I couldn't think of the title of Thelma and Louise.
Oh yeah.
That's too early Brad Pitt for me. I want post Legends of the Fall. Between Legends of the Fall and
River Runs Through It.
No, Tyler Durden.
Oh,
era.
Fight Club.
Oh God, Fight Club with the buzz cut. Oh my God.
See, that's a movie I would love to see Depp do. That's the type of movie I'd love to see Depp. That's exactly on my career.
Did I get the character name right?
Tyler Durden. No, that's it. You got it.
I think that's
okay.
it. Yeah.
All right.
So Depp. The reason I said it is Depp turned down Thelma and Louise. And what was the second one you brought up, Sarah?
Legends of the Fall.
He turned down Legends of the Fall as well.
And
then he went on to do Benny and June with Aidan Quinn, he's in Legends of the Fall, right?
Yes, he is. He plays the older brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Woody Harrelson dropped out of Benny and June, and Aidan Quinn took his place. And Depp got offered Thelma and Louise and Legends of the Fall and turned them down.
Okay.
I can't see him doing Thelma and Louise on any level.
No, I would have cringed.
Yeah. And according to Robin, Brad Pitt's not a movie star, so Depp made.
Oh, you remember that? I forgot about that. Oh my! He's the quintessential.
Yeah.
He's the very personification of a movie star. That's why I say, listening to that show, you couldn't help become stupider.
Oh.
And if you don't get a transformative comment, it's that the powers that be think that Howard Stern show is too stupid that you'll transform or learn anything, so they won't even grant you it.
We're trying to give footnotes
I really
to their
feel
errors.
stupid when I listen to that. I really, truly mean that. I'm losing chromosomes whenever we prepare for that current shit show that we do. Every time. I mean, even if it's just Monique playing a clip from like last week, I'm truly losing brain cells. Yeah. And I know I'm not alone. Melvin says, Arm for the Patreon. Will you have Mr. Feeney read some erotic? I will totally do that, Melvin.
So
erotic novels from Mr. Feeney.
That's a fantastic idea.
That's a great
I'll find
idea.
some for you. I have some. I'll send them over.
David, does Danny Depp write sex stuff in these novels? It sounds like he
hasn't read them yet.
I thought you thumbed through it.
I barely. I mean, I couldn't tell you anything about it other than the synopsises I read, but
Okay.
I'll let you know. I'm almost done with this current book I'm reading, and then I'm going to start whatever the first one in that series is.
I have a feeling, and I think I read this somewhere. I read an interview with him once for his novels, and I believe he has a deviant side to him, and I think it's going to come through in these books. But I think that was a stellar observation by you, that these books are coming from a place of Depp experience. There's no question.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not the most profound subject matter, like, you know.
Oh, it's totally vapid. I was thinking that
Hollywood
too.
intrigue,
Yes.
you know. Yeah.
Yes. Like a direct. It's very, very cookie cutter. I was thinking that's kind of vapid almost.
Yeah.
A. Smith, this is great. He goes, is this why Arm went to college in Kentucky? Did he drive to any of Depp's houses? Or he goes, A. Smith, don't think it didn't cross my mind all the time. I would ask everybody on campus, but I was in a very depressed state. So when I did speak to people, I would say, where's Owensboro, Kentucky? Every single person I spoke to, and they would try to explain it to me. And I didn't have a car when I was there, so there was no way. If I lasted longer, I would have definitely gone it. So, but I think it's way the hell away from it. I mean, for all I know, I think it's 6 hours away.
You could have hitchhiked. You would have been safe in Kentucky.
You know, Murray's in the Central Time Zone, and Owensboro, I believe, is on the. You know, Andrew Morgan from Cincinnati knows Owensboro. I think he's like close enough to it, and I think Owensboro is in the eastern Kentucky part, so it's far away.
Oh, interesting.
And I was actually I was like on the border of, I just crossed the Central Time Zone. And that was interesting. Like the Central Time Zone doesn't bother all the TV shows, like they'll do the hour earlier. So instead of starting everything, like say a show starts at 8, they'll just start it at 7. They don't push it to 8. They don't play around. They just go, fuck it.
Yeah.
I think Mountain does do that. And then obviously Pacific definitely doesn't. Although, Sarah, I hate your NFL at 10 a.m. I think that's ridiculous.
Too bad. It's fantastic.
That's
it's
way too early.
My errands are run by 7 a.m. every morning, so I love it. I'm done with everything by 10 a.m. ready to go.
We were talking to you before this. You like to brag how early you get up. So the Marines, you do more than the Marines does before 7 a.m. and then you're exhausted by 9. No one's asking. I think you hate people. Is what I think. You don't want to be around anyone. I think that's why you go so early.
Do you know, I used to get up so early, and I really have to get back to this somehow. I used to get up so early, I would have 1,000 calories burned on the exercise bike by noon.
Oh my
gosh.
You know, I'm a accomplished distance runner. I told you, I would not run a step before 11 o'clock is the earliest I go.
Crazy.
No, because you're not getting the optimum body. You're not up. You're not on your body. The circadian rhythm, as they call it. You have phlegm in your system. I don't care who you are. It is not good to do it at that time. There's no way to get an optimum performance. I refuse. All my cardio is after 11 a.m. That's the earliest I'll go is 11 a.m.
That's you. I'm ready to go at 3 a.m.
And that's to brag.
Okay.
What if you didn't go to bed? What if you stayed up all night and did it at 3? Is that less? Is that beneath you, or is that?
I've done that, but I would prefer to go to bed fairly early, like 8 o'clock maybe, and get up way early in the morning and do it.
Okay.
You're just different.
Well, I don't know what made you wired that way to be so fucking.
I love the mornings. It's the greatest time of the day.
Why?
When the sun is coming up, it's beautiful. It's cool and crisp outside.
It's not a good enough reason.
Well, you don't understand.
Something else is going on. Do you hate being around people?
Of course.
Okay, that's it. So you're a misanthrope, and you want to get everything done before stuff gets crowded. You know, most stores aren't even open until 9 a.m. So I don't know what you're doing.
I'm not going to a store. I'm mailing things. I am maybe going to get a nice breakfast. I'm getting my shit done, and then I get home and I start my crap.
David, are you a morning person or no?
I've had to kind of start being a morning person because I'm working out, and the time I'm scheduled to do it with a trainer is like at 7:30 in the morning. So
you have your own trainer?
Yeah, I got some money from this gig, and I was like, God damn it, I need to invest in a little bit of exercise discipline. So So yeah, for now I'm usually up by 7:30 anyway, but I'll just sit in bed for an hour.
Is the trainer's name Pat Menachia by any chance?
I wish. I remember Casey came on when he was still allowed on the Stern Show. He came on and he said he was training in Orange County at some point when he was living in California.
Yeah.
And I think I might have been living here at the time, and I was like, I should, but I think it was a troubled time for him actually. So
that's a crazy shit. His West Coast stint. We gotta drill him on that. His West Coast. I think we haven't even scratched the surface on some of the crazy shit he got involved with. Casey Armstrong's West Coast stint. I don't think honestly, I don't think we know. I don't think I know the whole story.
Yeah, I gathered from that
Bodyguard.
Appearance, he was and he seemed out of sorts at that time, but cleaned up his act. Yeah.
That's so. Oh, David, G. Canada, you're so cute. He doesn't know who Kevin Federline is.
Yes, he does. He has Popozao on CD. He has the download through iTunes.
Whoa! What's the album's name, Sarah?
No, the song is Popozao.
Did you have that song? Do you know it?
No, but I've sent it to you. It's not my fault. You never open your messages.
Do you? Oh my God, who was it? Who was goofing on me in the in one of the? I think it was Melvin said that. No, it was a guy. It was the ARM. It takes you long. The Pony Express to get a letter from St. Louis to Hawaii that ARM will get to your DM or something like that. I forget. It was the guy who plays Dennis DeMiller in the in the Radio Gunk chat, which can be true. Melvin says those are the same people who buy a camera and say they're a photographer back in the day. Yeah, anybody could call themselves a photographer. That's Pitt fingering his belly button while wearing yellow dish gloves in Fight Club. That's Melvin's favorite scene.
I'll help him, but I won't use the dish. I won't use gloves. I'll help him.
Andrew Morgan says, I heard Johnny turn down the role of the fish who saved Pitt. It's a basketball movie. It's an old 70s basketball movie. Oh. That's a great reference. David, did you do the soundtrack for that?
I did.
I think it's like 75 or something.
I was thinking of, because we're talking about Charlie Sheen later, I was thinking, he's in a Cleveland sports movie. He's in Major League.
Yeah, I can't believe you said, I was gonna do that. But David's beloved Cleveland Indians. Yeah. Did you see Major League?
A long time ago, yeah.
Okay, I think it's one of the best sports movies of all time because it's a rare movie that can have a nice dose of comedy and then you kind of take it seriously as a sports movie. And it's a Cleveland. The Indians were shitty for a really long time, and it's them finally being successful. This ragtag group and they try to sell the team, and it's a phenomenal. The sequels are horrible, but that first Major League, I think, is as watchable a sports movie as there ever was. And Charlie Sheen plays Wild Thing. There's actually a Platoon crossover in that movie. I think there's like 3 actors from Platoon.
Oh, interesting. I rewatched Bull Durham recently too, and I forgot how much I love that movie.
That's great too. That was the time for baseball, that late 80s.
Field of Dreams, and just great. It's
crazy. Michael Frazia.
That's my boyfriend.
Smithtown. He's a great dude. He gave us a great rant. We got to do a show where we just read comments from the chat. From the videos. He wrote a thing about how he and his wife, if I'm getting this right, Frazia, he and his wife are older parents. Remember we had that conversation about how parents are having kids older now, and he was talking about how he is, the way it is now, and he's from Smithtown, Long Island, home of the Growing Pains Seavers. And he had a really, really, really thoughtful rant about his life. And he talked about Route 111. Route 111 is in Smithtown. And my favorite bar, which is also the name, Sarah, of the Viper Room poker game, Molly Bloom's. I had the best times at Molly Bloom's in Smithtown. My favorite Long Island bar. I don't know why. It all clicked for me at that place. It was a great mix of people. It was never a problem. It was like good drink specials, great wings. I don't know what it is. My cousin and I went, and for other friends, went there all the Molly Bloom. I don't know if it's still there anymore. I haven't been up there in a while. And I guarantee you, I probably had a tete-a-tete with Michael Frazia and didn't know it. Do you know Chris Rooney, Michael? That was a basketball player I knew from Smithtown. I think he's the all-time leader in everything. So productive, it's sickening. Okay, so let me finish this up.
By his own admission, Daniel probably took too long with his studies. He was constantly in and out of college like Ashley Stern or Van Wilder, working on his H.G. Wells and Edwardian technology thesis. Daniel married his wife of now 42 years, Magnez Sham, and it was then reality set in with him. Then I realized I was never going to be a professor, and I left. At that point, my wife was going to have a baby, and she got a lovely job in Maine. So I said, the hell with it. And I went up there. Living in Maine introduced Daniel Depp to teaching. But he was worn many hats in his life when it came to employment. While many a Daniel Depp bio claims his background as a journalist and bookseller, photographer, and teacher, Depp says the list goes far beyond that. I've worked digging ditches and as an engineering draftsman. I worked in libraries and bookstores. A job I really liked was managing the art library at night because I was also studying ceramics and learning how to throw pots with a wonderful guy named John Tuska. He was...
Now, he volunteered for this interview. That's just way too much detail. So he's correcting all the misunderstanding, the many misunderstandings about Danny Depp over the years, and he's making sure you know that he has much more of a blue-collar background than anybody realizes.
The hard taskmaster. You had to make all your own tools in the machine shop and mix your own clays. I got fascinated by Staffordshire low-fire pottery, a jack of all trades. One part of Jack of all trades' career is that he was a screenwriter. In 1994, he got a call from his almost famous brother saying that they had an opportunity to finally now work together. Depp was coming off the television series 21 Jump Street, and recent work included Edward Scissorhands, Benny and June, What's Eating Gilbert Grape, Ed Wood, and Donnie Brasco. So his star was definitely now on the rise. The film was called The Brave, and it not only had Johnny Depp in the film, but it also had Marlon Brando, Frederick Forrest, who played Captain Jenko on the original 21 Jump Street, Clarence Williams III, and Louis Guzman. But despite the high-profile names, Daniel Depp was extremely reluctant to get involved. I didn't want to go. I knew what was going to happen. I loved the idea of making a film, but I knew it would be a headache. There'd be this business of being the star's brother, and I knew I was walking into a heated political situation with a lot of people who were going to consider me a hate.
FYI, I've never heard Daniel Depp speak, so I don't know what. To this day, I've always wanted to hear speaking footage of him. I can't. I've tried. If The Brave ever came out with a Blu-ray, we'd get it, but you'll find out why it doesn't have any kind of treatment like that. And it's this crazy story from the film, which I did not know until I read this article.
Seed anyway. Unfortunately for Daniel Depp, the issues with the film didn't start or end with the work he did on the script, but issues there were. His younger brother also pitched in and helped co-pen the script. Johnny was also the producer, director, and starred in the film, which he had said in the 1997 interview with the Los Angeles Times, I felt so driven to do this movie, and this is one of the most difficult things I'd ever done. It ripped me to shreds. The film eventually got made, with Johnny Depp pitching in $2 million of his own money to get it completed. When it was screened in America, the film received...
So Sarah, doing the math, and you can go off our Viper Room series, Depp somehow has $2 million of loose money to contribute to this film. Does it seem like he wasn't making nearly enough money in those years to have the freedom to do that?
Weren't drinks like $15 at the Viper Room?
Yeah, I mean, the Viper Room claims to have not made a profit, and then he's getting money stolen from him all the time. Where does that come from?
What was his salary for the movies in those years?
Well, I'll give you what I think I'll give you an approximation. If this is pre-Donnie Brasco, like this is right around the same time as Donnie Brasco, I think for something like Benny and June, he probably got $2 million.
Okay.
I think for something like Gilbert Grape, I don't think he got much. I can't imagine they paid for that movie. That anybody, I'm going to give him barely $1 million for that movie. Ed Wood, I'm going to give him barely $1 million for that movie. So now you're looking at like stuff like Nick of Time. You might have did decent on that, but again, $2 million of what I just rattled off. That's
Fox
a lot.
residuals.
We had a theory, and I read this on that I believe Fox, the original Fox television, did not. I think part of his problem was they didn't issue residuals, because how much do you think? So, David, was it you that was talking about Ed O'Neill? And residuals. Okay, what did he say again? Because
it's in his archive of American television interview somewhere, but I think he implied that residuals were not in the kicker for Married with Children, so that's why they went like 11 years. He said, just I'm not going to have he didn't think he was going to have a career after that, so it's just ride it into the ground and make as much money as you can. And then he got Modern Family, but at the time, I'm sure he thought, the critics hate this show. We didn't get any Emmys for this show. Who's going to hire me after this? But I'm sure that was
right. So you're saying 11 years. Jump Street only went 4. I mean, Depp on Jump Street only went 4. Yeah. So there's no way those. And I know that they had so many problems. I think that was part of. They could do whatever they wanted to, those unknown actors and the fledgling network. There's no way they had residual rights. I don't even know if residuals was a thing then.
I wonder. I'll have to talk to an actor friend about like the SAG-AFTRA contracts and if Fox was, signatory to SAG-AFTRA. I mean, I'm sure they are. It's a network. They're a major studio, but maybe it just might be that they're working for scale and there are no residuals in the kicker.
I'm trying to remember. So Depp, the report was he made $45,000 an episode, but I feel like he burned right through that.
I'm sure.
I mean, literally, he burned right through it. The stories, and that I think that was dumped into the Viper Room initially. So I don't know.
My answer is I don't know.
I still find it odd that he has just a loose $2 million to throw into a movie that made nothing. I don't even know if it turned a positive profit in the States, because it was never actually released in a theater. So I came by a DVD of it. That's how I even saw it. It was never shown.
Crazy.
It's so it gets crazy. Listen to this story. I didn't know this until this article.
Devastating reviews, prompting enough movie theaters to back away from it that it never got an official U.S. release. The film was probably cursed even before it got to that point, though. One of the initial producers of the film was a man named Aziz Ghazal. He was the manager of the USC Film School stockroom and the person who optioned the novel of the same name from author Gregory MacDonald. Right before the work was to start on the film, Ghazal bludgeoned his wife and then 13-year-old daughter to death and then took his own life. The production company that was going to distribute the film, Touchstone, dropped the film immediately. Another one of Daniel Depp.
So let's stop there for a minute. The guy, one of the producers on killed himself and his own family. None of this has ever come out until this article. I've never seen that. And you always go, why isn't it? And when Depp's asked about this movie, he just says, "Oh, it got bad reviews and they hate me."
Right.
Anyway, not that he's anything to do with that, but it's like he just doesn't want to touch that story, I guess.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's not bigger.
Yeah, it's almost like on the Twilight Zone movie, the kids and that actor who were killed by the helicopter. In
Vince
the 80s.
Something.
Yeah, I forget his name.
Yeah,
but
it's horrifying.
Spielberg directed one of the segments in that movie, and not that one, but the director of the segment with the helicopter called Spielberg and told him what happened, and Spielberg just like hung up the phone and just trying to distance himself from the I mean, you can't hide something like that, obviously, but this one, this USC manager guy, that might be easier to hide.
You think, I mean, at the time, you talk about like 97 when they made 96, 97 when they made this. So again, there's no real fully formed internet at that time. And that stuff gets, I don't want to say it's scrubbed, but almost. I mean, it's like it wasn't only a few publications would. I don't think anybody covered it because the movie never got. That has to be why. I mean, to put his name over, and he's directing it. There's a lot of interest in that. I can't. To this day, I can't believe it never actually got released in the States. That has to be why. It has to be solely why.
And I wonder if it's coming off the Brandon Lee death too. It sounds like on The Crow.
Good tie-in, David.
I wonder if that.
When did Brandon Lee died in
94?
94. Yep. A 6-year-old David was completely traumatized over the death of Brandon Lee. And they replaced him with the guy named Vincent Perez or something. In
the sequel, yeah.
Crow 2.
City of Angels.
City of Angels. Speaking of City of Angels, did you know Depp turned down that as well, that Nicolas Cage movie?
Good.
Oh, God.
You know, with the Goo Goo Dolls going, and I don't want the world
I would have died.
See. That was the soundtrack. Speaking of soundtracks, we're talking about A League of Their Own. A. Smith and Gina Bobina goes, "This used to be my playground. This used to be my childhood dream." Rosie O'Donnell taught Madonna and David how to throw a baseball. Did you know that?
And Gary.
And Gary. Yeah, where was Rosie O'Donnell to teach Gary how to pitch? That's who her coach should have been. That's a great tie-in, David. So the title is the book, and that's one of the books David has purchased. I cannot how much I appreciate that you went to this degree.
I'm kind of curious. I just because he's a celebrity's brother.
They did nothing to promote it on his level. Like, it's not like Depp is running around as his brother's champion. And I don't even know if his brother is listed in his production. As far as I know, he's not even listed in the Infinitum Nihil arsenal.
I have to say, Danny Depp from this article sounds like one of those like siblings or cousins that's just kind of wandering their whole life. Like,
totally.
He was campaigning for Kucinich for a little bit, but then he's making necklaces out of this, and then he's, it's just like
he says exactly that in this
all
article,
over the
that
place.
He's like he's all over the place. He can't settle down with a restless soul, just a lost restless soul that can't. He's just like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Daniel Depp, recent work and content. Daniel scripts. The film received devastation from dropped out of publishing my work that lots of people do. So for me, it's about a series of challenges to be met. The way I judge what I've done is to see how close I actually.
Oh, David, he says it here. So
it's about a series.
Exactly what you just said.
Easy. I never thought I'd actually make a living writing. I've never gotten the sort of my brother crazy. I never thought I'd actually make a living writing. I've never gotten the sort of thrill out of publishing my work that lots of people do. So for me, it's about a series of challenges to be met. The way I judge what I've done is to see how close I actually got to meeting those challenges.
Yeah, Loser's Town, it's called.
Depp's first novel was called Loser.
See, Sarah, doesn't it look like a simpleton concept and book that David spent? Like, it seems like it's just like an 8th grader wrote it.
Yeah.
And I'm not denigrating his intelligence. I'm just saying it's a very basic bitch plot.
Yeah, it's like you think you're going to be the one to blow the lid off the fact that Hollywood is not the magical town that people think it is,
Almost like a poor man's LA Confidential. And a script his own brother would turn down mightily.
Also, can I just say that's always an interesting attitude about people where creating something is kind of an avocation, where it's like, oh, I'm not interested in being published. It's more for me to. It's the equivalent of like painting a painting and then hanging it in your closet. I never understood.
Well, you're afraid to be judged. I mean, you're absolutely right.
Right.
You're afraid to put yourself out there. I mean, a lot of people, even in Hollywood, who are writers who don't want to become performers because they don't want to put themselves out there. It's very easy to hide in a writer's room and write something and then blame the performer, or go, well, I'm not gonna have to perform it. I can just write it and just kind of hide away. And I mean, you're not ever going to put yourself out there because you can't handle the judgment that a performer gets.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do something for the love of the game, but it's nice to, the hydraulics of that are fueled by, just the kindness of your fans and an audience,
The
so.
hydraulics of that are how poetic was that, everyone? The hydraulics of that are fueled by. Is this Jay Leno's garage? Is this overhauling with David Hurd and David? The hydraulics are fueled by, did we just hear? Very nice, though.
I think I think I was mixing metaphors there, but yeah, sure.
But again, this is a movie that Depp would turn down. Again, it's like a poor man's L.A. Confidential,
Right.
the way it's framed. I love when they put the quotes on the sell the book. Depp, it just says Depp because
Right.
you want it to think it's Johnny. Depp creates the characters as the same of Elmore Leonard, cynical, sexy, and funny, suspenseful Cheryl Connolly of the New York Daily News.
I have no idea who Elmore
And that could
Leonard
very
is.
easily be clipped. Like he gets destroyed like right after it, and they just take one little thing. I love that.
It was originally a full page ad, like trashing the book.
Yeah.
They've reduced it to that.
They do that in like the Variety and stuff like that. And they'll take a full page ad out. They're so cocky and confident about a project, they'll take a full page ad out.
The cynical, sexy, funny, and suspenseful was actually referring to a title they wish the book had been more like.
That's exactly right. So they cut off the part where they say that, and they just flipped it. Which is, I guess, it's legal because we did say it, but we just left the part.
We
where
put the ellipses in there. You can't sue us. Yeah.
Gina Bobini in the American League. We come from the cities near far and away in the Canadian Irish Twins. Let's bring the Expos back to Montreal. That's my goal. I heard that the two cities that are up for a major league expansion is Sarah's Portland and Montreal getting the Expos back.
No thanks.
You don't want a major. I think
want a
your
baseball
city.
team.
I think your city is so provincial, like Mark Harris, and that you would support that team to the point that it would be very, very successful.
No.
You don't think?
No.
What would be the nickname? What would you call it? The Portland Antifas?
That's perfect.
Andrew Morgan says most of the early Jump Street actors probably got pimped out by Big Lou Pearlman and his blimp manager.
Hanger.
God, I haven't heard that name. It's Lou Pearlman.
His town. It was about a former stuntman, David Spandau, who turns into a Hollywood PI and is hired to protect actor.
Is Danny Depp a big Spandau ballet fan? Like, how do you come up with that name if you're not? There's no other way to think of that unless it's Spandau Ballet, right? This much is true.
Bobby Dye. The second novel, Babylon Nights, follows Spandau again as he now entertains himself with the once famous actress Anna Mayhew. Daniel Depp's third novel was called The Devil's Dance, and it brought back David Spandau again, one more time. This time he's watching after a famous Hollywood director. Daniel Depp continues to write, but for the most part remains out of the spotlight, enjoying life with his wife of 42 years. He does have an Instagram account that he doesn't frequent too often, though he does make sure his pictures with him and his famous brother.
So that's the story of Johnny Depp's older brother, Danny Depp, 10 years older than him, a novelist and part-time screenwriter. We want to hear more from him. I want to see him interviewed. Welcome, Lauren Marie. That's Danny Depp, if you're just joining us. Every time I see Lauren, I always have to I think of our Patreon. And I am going to put up a bunch of stuff. One of them is a Depp. The Stern stuff, I'm not sure which. I'm going to put up something massive for everybody to have a nice long car ride for. I'm not sure what. I have so many things, and I'm going to put up an interview with Johnny Depp. I got to explain what it is. This British journalist, talk show host named Jonathan Ross, who's had a few talk shows that have been simulcast in America, did an interview with Depp in that weird time after Edward Scissorhands and before Benny and June, in this kind of limbo period. And Sarah, you watch this. They're driving around in a convertible around LA late at night.
I used it and we got immediately blocked.
And Jonathan Ross is interviewing Depp in this convertible, and he's going around that seedy part of LA, very, Sunset Strip, and they're cruising around talking. At the end of the video, they land at what is now the Viper Room, but it wasn't the Viper Room then. And so it's essentially, we didn't know this at the time. It's Depp scouting out the Viper Room location, and he buys it a scant year later, but it's not called the Viper Room. He goes there to see his friend, some guy named Chuck E. Weiss, who is the inspiration for that song, Chucky's in love. Do-do-do-do. Chucky's in love. Do you know that song?
I don't.
Okay. It's a modest, I don't even know what genre to call it. Sarah, do you know that song, Chucky's in Love?
Nope.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not the only one that knows this. It was a modest hit. I think it was a top 40 song at some point. I don't know what the year it is, but it was. That's the inspiration for that song. I guess he's some local fetish legend they have. He played every Monday night at this bar, which then became the Viper Room after it. Okay. King Cap went to the same high school as Madonna. My claim is Madonna's from Detroit, right? Or Michigan, somewhere in Michigan?
She's from somewhere in Michigan.
King Cap says this. Okay. Well, I want to say hi, by the way, Sarah. Reference our new we have another Canadian fan listener.
Is this the one on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. He is listening. Well, maybe not. It's football. I think there's a football game going on right now. But Frank the Tank, and he gets extra points for that name. But he is intimidated by our chat, which he should not be, and that's why he does not join us. So, welcome. Please join our chat at some point, and thank you.
I have to say though, I would love for Johnny Depp to turn one of his brother's books into a movie, just to see him, just to do something, just to be different, just to see if he can, I don't care what it is. I'll tweak it a little bit, but I would love to see him try, no matter how hackneyed and simplistic it might seem on the cover. I would love to see him try, and especially if it's different. Barbara Babs DeRush, welcome, ma'am. When Arm talked to last night on Radio Gunk, I almost peed my pants. What did I do? Radio Gunned? What did I do? Babs, it made you golden shower all over. I'd love to hear it. Thank you for the compliment. I get it sounds like a compliment. The Portland Goonies Hooper. That's not bad. I still haven't seen Goonies.
I haven't.
And I know, and when people hear Oregon, they're constantly bringing up Goonies.
Yeah, that's the only thing we've got going for us, according to G Canada.
I love Canada. We have some of our sweetest. I don't know. Whether it's
they insult my state, I'm not going to give them any compliments on their.
He's kidding.
Saskatchewan, whatever, Iceland.
We have a great Canadian fan base here on a regular basis, and they're all super. Canadian broads seem to be almost like black women, where they have better senses of humor, they have better personalities, they're not as uptight. I can't explain something about the Canadian broad. Right, Sarah? You almost seem Canadian in a way. What do you mean? What do you mean no? Why no?
I know a few that I don't ever want in my life, so I have to go with no. Our chat is an exception, but no.
With a hand on my hand and a bit on my front. There's
what you're doing right
words that just begun. Listen to more than all my soul. This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound. This much is true. Melvin knows and knows this much is true. That's from Melvin and all his tireless research, Melvin. That one's for you.
Johnny Depp starred in Ed Wood with Martin Spandau.
Line of the night, David. Line of the night. I love it. You know what? We got to write that to Danny Depp on his Instagram.
Totally.
I'll put quote David from the Deppening, and I'll sort of timestamp this moment so he listens.
We figured out how you named your characters. You looked at the cast list of your brother's movies and changed them by one letter.
I didn't really know a lot about Martin Landau until Ed Wood.
Yeah.
You must have loved Ed Wood. It's black and white. It's your era. It's where you're from.
Yeah.
I mean, you knew the whole as it was going. You played the Brown Derby. You must have loved Ed Wood.
Well, I loved it because I was a huge Mystery Science Theater 3000 fan, and a lot of the movies they would make fun of were Ed Wood movies.
Yeah.
So I knew it from that.
But Outer Space was like the
right. But I knew Martin Landau his first movie was North by Northwest, an Alfred Hitchcock movie. and so I watched that all the
he
time as a
was in
kid.
the original the television series Mission Impossible, right? Or am I
Yeah.
wrong?
he
Okay,
was.
okay.
Mhm.
I knew him from right at the same time. He did the voice of the Scorpion in Spider-Man the Animated Series. Matt
Oh,
Gargan.
interesting.
And he's really good. It's a
Yeah.
really gifted impressionist. Martin Land. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
very good
People
actor.
don't realize that. Very, very underrated actor. He and Depp became really close as well.
I confused him all the time with from Law and Order.
Jerry Orbach?
Jerry Orbach, yeah.
Okay.
But
okay, so let's get into, I guess, what the main event would be, Sarah. And
Yes.
I'll say this again. This MIO, LOL, welcome, ma'am, LOLG Canada. So this is kind of what we're sort of here for. This is the movie. This is a documentary movie that is on Hulu, right, guys? It's Hulu. It's Hulu.
It's Hulu.
Not Amazon.
Yeah.
It's Hulu. It's called Kid 90, and it's Punky Deppster herself, Soliel Moon-Frye, who played Punky Brewster, ran around with a video cam and documented her life. And she has a crush on Depp, and she dates Charlie Sheen, and it's a wild film. And I don't know how to explain this other than she chronicles young Hollywood of her time and the friends she hung out with. And it truly, truly choked me up at certain points. Certainly the end did. Go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
And we have to pause. So if you have an issue with us pausing, you're going to have to deal with the tragedy.
Right. So in order to avoid any kind of copyright stuff, Sarah has tweaked this with a
And that's not
deafening spin
guaranteed.
on it.
So cross your
Right.
fingers.
So here we go. This is Kid 90, and I went and I kind of cobbled together what I thought was the key moments of this. It's about 8 minutes or so, and I just thought this is kind of what I feel is going to the most interesting to us, our purposes.
I think it's fascinating to be able to go back and have a true chronological blueprint of what it was to grow up as a teenager in the 90s. I meant every fucking second of it so that she could share it someday.
So Sarah, does anyone remember her from these sun-dried raisin commercials? Because I didn't know she did that.
I didn't pay attention to the recent Sun Sweet girl. I didn't pay attention.
This is the first gig I guess she had. But I thought like when she was on Punky Brewster, kind of got around that, oh, that's the girl from the raisin commercials. Maybe. I don't remember.
No.
I have to say, I loved this whole thing. Her vocal fry kind of killed me though.
Yeah.
Oh, totally. She's the personification of vocal fry.
Yeah.
Hollywood vocal fry. She's how old now, guys? 45?
Looking it up.
I'm gonna go with 45. I think she looks really good. I think
That's how many pounds she had taken off those bazoombas. And
I knew that was gonna come up. And they brought that up. She had that famous for the breast reduction.
She's 46.
She's 46. Okay.
Somebody older than me. My God.
That was a huge part of the breast reduction. Was a big part of this. It was kind of the middle, right? It was sort of like
yeah.
And it, like it plagued her. She was she was too sexualized. Where was Dan Schneider during this time, right? She was too sexualized at the time. That's reminds me very much.
He cared about the feet.
That's right. But he wasn't in the catbird seat at the time. So, but this is like before he would have. She's perfect for him to prey on, but
totally.
she predates him. Thank you, Melvin. Melvin says the Viper Room is called the Central before Depp bought it. So that's where they walk in on that guy Chucky Weiss playing on a Monday night. Him and Saljenko and Dennis Leary. Just put all your faith and how will it grow? Okay. Oh. C. Thomas Howell is on Depp's right, our right, Depp's left. Soliel Moon-Frye is in the middle. C. Thomas Howell and Punky Brewster, Soliel Moon-Frye, are represented by a publicist named Jeff Ballard. And that's how all this got together. This guy is the linchpin to how all this got together in that Ryan White charity and stuff. He's going to come up. He comes up I think he's a producer on this, actually. But that's how these three got together here, and that's probably 1989. That shot.
God, he looks good. I'm talking about the star of the cinematic classic Soul Man.
I knew you were gonna say
that I own on DVD, and I won't apologize because it's funny.
I love the female lead in that, Ray Dong Chong.
Yeah, of course you do.
I love the Hitcher. He's in the Hitcher. It's like this horror movie. It's really, really good.
Depp is a 15 here. God.
This is the height of this is probably 89, 89, 90.
And eat that little mustache off his face. Oh.
See, if we spoke that way about
See,
Ray Dong Chong, you would have a problem. I don't see you respond. We would get killed for it.
Who cares? I'm a woman. I can do what
You're allowed. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys.
As proved by the trial.
Who does David like better, Depp or Ray Dong Chong? That's the question.
Yeah. give me a day. I'll write you
I'd spend the night with Ray Dong Chong to get with this version of Depp. So. Instinct Tears, the song.
Does he see the White House?
No.
So they brought her in. You remember the thing I was telling you about with Depp visiting the White House from Jump Street? So there's a whole thing with fucking Jeff Ballard and Ronald Reagan. Jeff Ballard is also Nancy Reagan's publicist. So all this ties into this 21 Jump Street AIDS episode that Depp did. It's such a weird, the way Hollywood works like this. I didn't know this shit at the time, but that's how all this came together. So she was invited to the White House as well. And you saw. So Sarah, the name of the song from Eddie Vedder is
Rise.
And it was done
off of the oh my God, what's the movie? Oh my God. Where the guy goes into the wild. Jesus. Yeah. I want to say River Runs Through It. That's on my brain.
No, it's the same type of I can see how you confuse.
3 songs off that album are classics. Guaranteed, Rise, and Hard Sun. You cry every time with me. Yeah. Every time I hear them.
Thank you, Lauren Marie. This song is from Ricky Lee Jones. Chucky's in love. So, and she remembers hearing it on Eston. I remember that as well. Thank you, Lauren. I couldn't think of the artist.
As a teenager, I carried a video camera with me everywhere I went. I kept all of my diaries. I kept every one of my voicemail messages. I documented everything, and then I locked it away for over 20 years. I've never looked back at it. And so I decided to unlock the vault.
Okay, pause. This is very creepy, in my opinion.
The way her vocal fry or the next part?
No, the voicemail messages she plays.
Yeah.
And knowing what we know now, and I'll get into a little bit of the history here when we're done, but
please.
Oh.
I asked you to, because you knew more about the. I know where you're going.
Yeah, we'll finish this and then.
Hello? Soliel, are you there? You're not there. It's Charles calling.
So.
You want to comment on that now?
No,
Sarah,
let's finish this and then we will.
94. I lost my virginity.
Tell me when to pause.
He was my first. Who would have?
Okay.
He was my first.
You're not there. It's Charles calling.
So 94. I lost my virginity. He was my first. Who would have known? It's been the most strange and incredible day ever. Truly know how to explain my feelings. He's somebody I've had a crush on for years. He's a person that intrigues me and excites me. We smoke a cigarette. I whisper softly as he simply asks what my fantasies are.
Oh.
Hey, Soliel, it's Charles calling. It is Wednesday night at about 11 o'clock, and so I gotta talk to you.
Are we on right now?
Hey, pause. This part right here disturbs me more than any of it with these two. I know
Jonathan Silverman is one of the most punchable faces in Hollywood.
Who's the guy on the right? I know his face.
I forget. I read it again. He was like a kind of a flavor of the month pretty boy for 3 months somewhere in the early 90s, and I can't remember his name anymore. I saw it recently too. I can't. Do you remember, David? Do you remember his name at all watching this?
No, it doesn't come to mind.
We this part here, these guys are what, maybe 25 to late 20s,
Yeah.
and they're talking to her about something they should not be talking to her about.
Yeah, did she make them? They filmed this for her, or she made them do
She
this?
filmed this. I'm assuming
She
she's
filmed,
sitting on a
yeah.
couch or something, and they're talking to her.
Because some of this is stuff she collected from other people. That film. She didn't film every single thing on this. Some of it she gathered footage of,
But
because
she
there were
makes it.
other people with video cameras too.
Okay, all right.
But most of it is her. By the way, Sue Monster, welcome. The chat is
Yes.
amazing. Big Frank the Tank, get your ass in here. Thank you, Sue Monster, for all your kind words all the time in the comments.
And if anybody else, in honor of Queen Elizabeth, wants to donate, thank you.
in honor of Queen,
Absolutely.
using that carcass for
Absolutely.
shekels.
Special FBI agents, and we're under a special mission to figure out who it was that stole Soleil's virginity. So far, all we know is he's a 29-year-old Caucasian male film actor.
We don't know he's Caucasian.
Yes, we do.
Oh, we do.
It's been established. Oftentimes ventures off.
They're describing Charlie Sheen. They're trying to be like the Jewish detectives.
Yeah. She's a teenager. We're trying to figure out who took your virginity. Why are you talking to me about this?
Right. And it is Charlie Sheen.
Even
So
back then, that was creepy.
she's constantly referencing Charlie Sheen in an ambiguous or unambiguous way, going back to it. And then it gets even murkier. I know what you know what I'm saying, right, Sarah? What
Yeah.
she's about to accuse him of, or someone, and how it's not the same person, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And David, you watch this too. How is that not the same person?
Well, it's strange because the editing implies that it's Charlie Sheen she lost her virginity to, but she also seems like she acts like it's a fond memory, and
then changes her tune.
And then you start to think that it's somebody else.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
so she's just completely ensconced in Hollywood, young Hollywood. She's just, she does this, and I don't know of her doing much. She did a couple of crappy films after Punky Brewster, and she just this young Hollywood kind of generations where they all know each other. They all hang. A lot of them are kid actors, and they grow up together, and they don't really go to school. I don't think. They're all kind of tutored, and they're way precocious, and they're into drugs and alcohol at a time when I can't even buy marijuana today. And so they're into all this crazy shit, and they're living on their own. And I don't even, some of the scenes of them in those parties, you're like, where is this? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But apparently her mom was very open to just whatever she wanted.
Her mom seemed very flower child, hippie-ish. Yeah.
I mean, even the
threw her to the wolves, like many of the parents.
Right.
But she doesn't bash her mom in this, which you think she would, which is so par for the course with all these young actors that blame their parents for everything.
I'm sure it happens today too with child actors, but especially then you hear stories. I've read way too many of these autobiographies. You hear stories. They put so much pressure on their children to pay the bills in the house.
Yeah.
That the thing that comes with that, the touching by the producers, the inappropriate behavior, you just got to deal with that because we got to pay the electric bill this month.
Totally. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're describing exactly the current thing that's going on with what's her name from the Nickelodeon, Jeanette McCurdy.
Yeah.
That's exactly her story.
You won't name names.
David, did you get my
I got it. Yeah, it's also on my list.
Okay. It's the thank you, Johnny. Bye. By the way, that's the
thank you.
The book. So yeah, so it's Sarah. It's verbatim what you're describing. Sounds like Jeanette McCurdy's plight with the Dan Schneider and the Nickelodeon stuff. It's only getting hairier as it goes on. That story.
A lot of the parents, they quit their jobs because they don't want to work in a factory. They'll just be the manager. So they're the kid's salary is paying the bills, and then they're taking some off the top as the manager. So you read Corey Feldman's book. My God, that's one of the worst cases I've ever seen.
Choreography.
Yeah, it's actually a good book.
The other thing about this special, Soliel Moon-Frye seems very, I don't know, she seems very airy and sort of, as you would say, kind of basic bitch-ish about the life. She's encountered the most counterculture people of the 90s and seems to have just been kind of a passenger through the whole experience. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
I have to give her a lot of credit though, to have the foresight at that age
for
to
sure.
run around with a video camera and go, someday I'm going to look at this and I'm going to go, holy shit, what was I thinking? And this needs to be documented, because this is a time when there are obviously no camera phones or cell phones and stuff. And then she has all that. I'm amazed when I watch documentaries now. And I say this all the time. I'll watch a documentary that's set in the 70s or some of the earliest of 80s. And I'll go, who's running around with a video camera then?
Right.
Even the OJ thing that you turned me on to, Sarah, some of that stuff like from the early 90s, like, where are you getting footage from? Like, who's recording this? And it's like a camcorder. I'm like, who?
A lot of it's like stock news footage from back in the day.
Yeah, but I'm talking about some of it that looks like somebody just actually had a camcorder on the street.
Yeah,
And they're asking like news services for stuff. I'm amazed that you can do these documentaries from the 70s or 80s. And I don't understand where they get the footage from. And there was just nobody had a camera then.
Mm-hmm.
It must be like home movie cameras, like Super 8 cameras that they would have just used for family vacations, but they were using them in, behind the scenes footage.
Thank you, Sue Monster, once again. Thank you for the super sticker, and moreover,
I wish I could see what it was.
All your delicious, wonderful, generous comments that gas my head up all the time.
Hold on, I'll tell you what that is. It is a super sticker saying you are amazing. So that must be to you. And
you can read the super sticker.
Yeah, if I go into YouTube in the chat, I can.
Okay.
I'll just do that from now on.
To Japan to make $1 million commercials. The camera. What's with the camera? What's with the whole thing? Come on. Was it Keanu? Billy Baldwin?
The tape is almost done, so you have.
So they're claiming they don't know it's Charlie Sheen, and they're referencing all the handsome young 20-something actors. And then notice I said Billy Baldwin, who was like that's like the peak of his powers. Like you heard the argument I had with him last week. This is like, Backdraft and Flatliners and shit like that. He was big for about a year or two, and that's when it was. And it's Depp and Keanu Reeves is mentioned there, and so they're referencing all the.
Doesn't this? Oh, sorry.
No, whoever.
Doesn't this already, just looking at what's happening in this room, it creeps me out immediately. She's very young. These two guys are just.
She's not legal
up
yet,
on her
right?
on a couch.
Yeah, it looks like a snuff film.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Well, I had to change. I changed the color of the screen. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's also a dark room display.
Yeah.
It's creepy. Yeah.
I think I make it worse. But...
She looks like Ricky Lake a little bit too.
Yeah, she does.
From Crybaby fame.
Yeah.
NA writes, creepy Charlie Sheen answering machine voice. Hey, it's Charles. I love him trying to sound more intellectual.
Charles.
Hey, it's Charles. Hey. He loves doing that. I'm surrounded by a dozen hookers. I have some dicks and I have some AIDS. He just gets strange. His whole saga. I have to admit though, when he said winning, it really is true. That guy couldn't step in more shit if he. The whole thing with 2.5 Men, and then they just make a sitcom for him, and he goes through that stupid. It's like a lazier version of 2.5 Men called Anger Management, and Sam Simon worked on it. It's just this horrible, just like crank it out probably takes him 2 days to film a whole episode, and it's him playing himself in the same wardrobe from 2.5 Men. I don't know if you saw. Did you remember that when he did that Anger Management? It was just they just throw shit at this guy.
It's like
failing up is, I guess that's a whole thing. We should like a whole a list of people who in Hollywood who just Zoss Rapin is a guy who fails up. Like you just have nothing. You just bomb, and they just keep throwing shit at you.
It reminds me of like the final season of like Happy Days. They were so lazy just with the acting and everything. Like Tom Bosley's just like wandering on set, like, here's my line, and now I'm gonna go.
We were talking about Jump Street. I don't know if you heard the last episode. Sarah and I were talking about how Stephen J. Cannell was trying to get Jump Street to 100 episodes to be syndicated.
Right.
So we agreed to do this horrible 5th season where it was they just kept retreading redundant plot lines, and they would just, it's so bad. It's almost like watching an Ed Wood movie bad where, and so Depp is not in it, and Dustin Gwen isn't in it, and it's kind of syndicated around your local WPIX or UPN or whatever,
Right.
and he did that just to get to. A lot of this is just for these producers want to be syndicated. They're almost like hedge fund managers where they read a magical number and they're going to get a certain amount of money and they just keep it going. And there's no thought that goes, even though that undercover concept, it could go forever. You could do you can do anything with that.
It's
concept.
Always topical.
Anything. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You could make that. That could be the Law and Order of undercover shows. Could go forever, and it never has to be bad if you gave a shit.
Yeah, and you just like Law and Order, you recast and you put some thought into it, and of course it could be great.
There was a lot of good, charismatic young actors coming up that they were just obsessed with that high school shit. It was all about the teen. Fox was obsessed with teen shows, right, Sarah? So 90210 was literally like 90210 basically bit off Jump Street. So it started when Jump Street ended. They have I make this analogy all the time. 90210 was basically like 21 Jump Street meets Happy Days. So Brandon is essentially a cross between Depp's Hansen and Richie Cunningham. The Cunninghams are the Walshes. Brenda is Joni. Dylan is Fonzie. Ralph Malph is fucking. By the way, rip to Nat, who is Al from fucking Happy Days. Joe E. Tata passed away. Sarah.
Yes, I know.
I know. We should have brought that up. So this all, and then so. Did you know that Brandon drives Depp's Mustang? We were talking about the Amber Heard stuff.
Anybody who drives a Mustang on a television show, it has to be Depp's Mustang.
Deliberate? You don't think that's deliberate? They had all the same producers worked on 90210 that are from Jump Street. You don't think that's intentional? That we need a new Johnny Depp, and that's going to be Jason Priestley.
To appease you, yes, absolutely.
I know I'm right. You could be reductive all you want. I know I'm right. I know I'm on the right side of this.
I think producers do think in those terms of like, what are the prop shorthand things we can like trick the audience into thinking it's the same show they loved before, but it's actually a different show.
It started the very year Jump Street ended. Oh, thank you, Lauren Marie. I think the guy on the right. Yes, was he in the Buffy the Vampire Slayer
No, she
movie?
later says it's not. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm behind a little bit.
Cindy Clausen, thank you so much for the donation.
Cindy goes, women don't have prostates, and and he's doing this contrarian thing where he has women having prostates. That's how much of a contrarian he is.
Melvin says Priestley drove a Porsche. No, he drove a Mustang. That was Dylan that drove a Porsche.
Did Dylan have Did Dylan have a motorcycle, right?
At the end when he left.
Melvin says it's a guy named Dana Ashbrook.
I don't know.
Is that his name? That sounds familiar, Melvin. I'll go with that.
I'll look it up.
Probably is.
Hello? Soliel, are you there?
Oh.
You're not there. It's Charles calling. I'm on the set. Long time no talk.
And then the person I lost my virginity to, my Florida experience, he came back around and he was my Mr. Big. Would take me to the Yankee game.
You talk about basic bitches, David?
Yeah.
Leave it to a basic bitch to always reference Sex in the City in every situation. He's my Mr. Big. How many chicks in her age range have used that exact thing?
Totally. I watched that show. I love that show, but I tune out instantly when anybody references it like that.
Oh, I think it could be fantastic too. I think it could, but there's a lot of basic.
It's ruined by the fans.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second movie and the latest version of the show.
Right. That was Dana Ashbrook. He was in Twin Peaks.
I'll have you know, I met Sarah Jessica Parker in New York when I lived in Brooklyn, and I obviously was in Manhattan all the time. And they were in between shots doing Sex and the City on the street. I went over and talked to her about nothing but Ed Wood. I didn't even bring
while
up
you were
Sex
doing
and the City.
push-ups.
I talked about nothing. I didn't do push-ups this time. I talked about exclusively about Ed Wood, and she was
ran away.
No. She was impressed by my vast knowledge of the movie and everybody in it, and how many times I've seen it. And we talked about gushing over Depp for 10 minutes straight. She said he's absolutely perfect in every way, shape, and form. You
tell her what a bitch Patricia Arquette is now.
She was really nice. I gotta say, she was really nice. Like there wasn't a stitch of ego, like where reductive, because she probably gets, because they do that show in New York. She probably get. I think it's just because I talked about Ed Wood, and it was different. I think it was just.
But by the way, Charlie Sheen sounds like Dennis Miller in those
He
voicemails.
does. He has that like perpetual sarcasm in everything he says.
Yeah,
It's
just
always
like talking
a
through his nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Charles.
That's the Coke backup in the nasal cavity.
Hey, Soliel, it's Charles over here, huh? What am I? Who am I? George Gaines over here? Remember George Gaines played her dad on the show?
Mhm.
Punky, hello, Punky.
That was creepy too.
What am I on Hot Shots Part 2?
Hot Shots, Cha-Cha, Part 2 over there, huh? Melvin's breaking my balls. No, Arm. Your sitcom should be called Anger Management. I've been in the. Charlie Sheen plays an anger therapist, ironically, and he has a group of people who got sentenced to anger management, and they have to do a group together, and that's kind of what the show is. Just
Could you
just an excuse.
capitalize?
It's so bad.
Could you capitalize on his public misfortune any more than that? Like, God.
You know how Howard used to make fun of Tony Danza accurately, that he couldn't do anything where his name has to be Tony in every show he does because he's too stupid. That's what Charlie Sheen does during this.
Totally.
His name is Charlie in everything he does.
That's funny.
And he's not a stupid guy, but he's just lazy. He just they just throw shit at him in ways that I can't believe it was so a copy and paste of it would just be like taking his 9.5 weeks character. Like, I don't know, he's running an anger management support group. I don't know, I'll watch it. And I put it on FX and then
his 8 Mile character.
Those that are remaining are still.
I remember going opening day.
How great would it be if Major League Baseball gave us a copyright strike for this? They're so petty. They're so full. They're lucky. This is the only baseball I'm watching this year, Hooper, is this. This is my first pitch and only pitch.
And it being springtime and it's snowing in New York, and I was there with him, and we cheered and laughed. We smiled and yelled out under the ice cold. It began snowing, and it was like a surreal dream. White snowflakes falling across beautiful.
Charlie Sheen, by the way, is a baseball groupie. I mean, there's nothing. This guy is completely synonymous with everything he does. He used to crowbar. He thinks he's a Major League Baseball player. So she, of course, has been taken to it. He's going to use his.
It's like Billy Crystal.
Yeah, it's not that different. It's very, very much in the vein of Billy Crystal trying to make America live out his failed baseball fantasy with Mickey Mantle all the
You
time.
have to be his therapist.
I wanted to be a Major League Baseball player. Did I ever tell you that? Jerry Maguire.
Oh, the Oscars. That's right.
Faces of the American dream. He leaned in and kissed me as he played with my hair and asked what I did to it. I told him I left it alone. Then he began caressing my face and asked what I did to it. Did you leave it alone? He said sarcastically with a smile. And then we held each other. But how much I've matured into a beautiful young lady, and how New York really shows up me. It was this realization that this person that was older than me, that did care about.
God, Davida, you know that vocal fry is crazy. I don't know if I've heard a bigger case of vocal fry in quite a long time.
Yeah.
And it seems affected and deliberate.
Yeah, I mean, she is. It seems like she's trying to be put on that this is supposed to be super poignant, and that the vocal fry will somehow help convey that.
Do you think Sean Penn directed her to do that?
Perhaps.
That's a great observation by you. It's deliberate to sound more like gravitas.
That's what I mean.
Poignant.
Is like throughout this whole special, she didn't seem very real. I'm sure she's being honest, but her all of her dialogue seems very scripted. It's not off the cuff in a way.
They could easily have cue cards she's reading from, and I wouldn't blame anyone that does that.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do one of these, you might as well get it right and have some. I would do that. Have it written out. That's what the Brando acting thing we talk about all the time, where he says life is not a perfectly read script. You pause and you think about stuff. So he sees nothing wrong with just having cue cards written out to act from. But the whole Depp earpiece thing, brought that up.
Right. And I could see that, like, the point of the documentary is to be, like, just nostalgia porn. And so we don't want sort of the little throwaway anecdotes from her. We just want sort of the, what is the movie script version of your memories about this time,
She romanticizes everything. And,
right.
There's almost nobody from young Hollywood she's not connected to in two steps.
It's kind of crazy. This whole thing.
Yeah. It is crazy. I didn't realize that. I thought she was just, but they all know each other. There's like we'll see. I think I left it in here. There's a DiCaprio is on this.
Yeah.
So it's like Growing Pains DiCaprio.
And even like the Harmony Korine kids gang that she was hanging with in New York. That were in that Harmony Korine movie Kids with Chloe Sevigny.
Yeah, that's right. That was a
it's like quintessential 90s. Yeah.
That was when she went to school. She went to NYU.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then that group of kids stayed in New York, and they would just sort of hang out together. And that movie Kids was one of the
super depressing.
Very depressing.
About me was seeing me growing up.
There we go.
I'm an incredibly nostalgic person.
That New York shot is exactly what that means. By the way, Barbara DeRush, thank you so much for that very generous comment. That's so sweet. Don't gas my head up too much. But I'm such an imposter complex, you can't do it. It's incapable. I have low self-esteem. Me and Evil Dave. Look at the pause I have here.
And I think much of that is due to the love that existed around. I met him somewhere around 17 or 18. I was drawn to him immediately. He wrangled me with his sweet charm. I wanted to give in to the sweet and loving person that he was. But there was also another side that existed, who was hard and tough, harsh and cold. We were making out and getting close to me finally letting go of myself. Almost ready to give my innocence to this person that I cared about deeply. As he laid on top of me, I realized I was not ready. Frustrated, he did not roll over or get up and leave the room. Instead, he chose to thrust himself in me, at which point I tried to push him off. He got up and left the room. I was in shock. We had not made love. We had not had sex. It was a thrust. But my 17-year-old mind and body was confused. What happened next was something I'll never forget. I walked into the next room where he sat, obviously upset with me watching TV, and without looking me in the eyes, he said, "So how does it feel not to be a virgin anymore?"
All right.
At least he asked. I'm just kidding.
Knowing what we just heard, how on earth is this and Charlie Sheen not one and the same? This is the big question we have to this whole thing. How on earth is this not the same person in the timeline that we just watched?
Right.
And he has reportedly a history.
Yes.
He really didn't have a preference from what, we've heard in the last few years about, men, women, whatever.
Yeah.
Young, the younger the better. On the
and the
set
access
of Lucas.
he has and riding on top of the world. He's literally one of the top male stars at that time. When you're talking like early 90s, so he got whatever he wanted. He always gets whatever he wants.
I was reading today. You of course, everybody remembers him with the tiger blood crap for about a good 2.5 years, it seemed.
Right.
He was diagnosed, or he made the announcement in 2015 that he had HIV. He had been diagnosed 4 years before that, so 2011. He is with prostitutes during that time. He's dating women. He's all over the place. How many of those women do you think he disclosed his diagnosis to?
Right. Yeah. Super irresponsible.
I can't even keep track of this, what you're describing, Sarah. I asked you about that before we went on to chronicle this because he just gives me a headache. That sordid past and all his I can't even keep the whole tiger blood shit, and that got even weirder. What is the deal with the Corey Haim stuff?
So apparently if you ever watch the two Coreys, there is a scene that seems like it may be one of the only real ones in the whole series where they're in a diner and they're having a discussion about Corey Haim was upset that Feldman remained friends with the man that raped him when he was 14. So there's a couple of names that are thrown around in the lore of the two Coreys of men that could have been, the perpetrator.
I hate men.
What happened reportedly, according to Corey Feldman, of course, tells the story after Haim dies and doesn't give Haim the choice.
Yeah.
On the set of Lucas, Corey Haim was
Oh, I forgot
13,
about Lucas.
14. Charlie
Wait,
Sheen.
hold on a second. Corey Haim is in. It's a football.
Yes.
Corey Haim. Oh, Winona Ryder's in that movie too.
Okay. So Corey Haim on the set between scenes. Corey Haim motions. Charlie Sheen motions Corey Haim to meet him behind a trailer. According to Feldman, Haim told him he took some Crisco and met. Yeah. Anyway, and he raped a 13-year-old boy named Corey Haim.
Christ.
And then made French fries.
Corey Haim told Feldman he was particularly upset because this was kind of out in the open, and somebody must have heard because it wasn't quiet, and anybody could have walked by at any point.
Right.
So Haim apparently was more upset that nobody did anything about it than he was at the actual act. But Corey Haim's mother had a statement saying, no, this never happened. Corey Haim's mother said, no, I don't think he raped my brother because he was more interested in me. If we are to believe, that he was her first here in this documentary, I don't think he really had a preference. I think he went whatever way he could go to find a warm spot, let's say.
Yeah.
But, does Charlie Sheen trigger your gaydar at all?
No, I think something severe happened to him as a child and just fucked him up.
From what I know, Martin Sheen's a pretty damn good guy, great father, and as far as I know, I don't know the whole.
How many of the staff was he left with? How many movie sets was he on?
Yeah, I know.
Unsupervised.
Amelia Estevez seems like a pretty damn good. Upstanding. He doesn't have any of this pathos or anything. He seems like he doesn't have. But Charlie Sheen just kind of was indulged too much, too soon, and that's crazy. I don't know how you suddenly become. Like I said, he's just too indulged. It's almost like sexual boredom, where whatever hole is there, as you say.
Dorian Morgan has in the chat. Feldman says Haim was into it in some interview. In Feldman's book, he talks about Dominic Braja, I think is the guy's name. He was like their assistant. Corey Haim, after the Lucas incident, Corey Haim was fucked up too. So of course, who wouldn't be? Yeah. But he apparently, whenever he would, they would be sitting in a room together, the Coreys, alone, and Haim would just, get excited randomly. And Braja was around all the time because he was just a starfucker assistant. So Feldman goes, why don't you just take Dominic in the room and, have sex with him? He likes you. So Haim and Braja, if I'm getting the name right, it's one of these.
I think it's Barbara.
No, it's not Dominic Barbara. But they would just go in and they would go have sex. But Corey Haim, by all accounts, was a straight male.
Right.
So I don't know. But toward the end of his life, Corey Haim was on so many different drugs. His teeth were rotting out. He was cutting himself. He eventually got sober, but during his sobriety, he gained to like easily 100 pounds.
Right.
And then he later died of pneumonia.
Oh, God.
So he had no shot.
Which Corey was there's like an infamous moment on The View where one of the Coreys had been exposing all the pedophiles in Hollywood. Yeah, I think it was Corey Feldman.
And Barbara Walters.
Yes, and Barbara Walters was like chastising him for coming forward with it, saying you're ruining these people's careers. Or something. Like
he was alluding because he never names people. He just wants you to go to his website and pay $20 to watch the movie.
Yeah.
But he was alluding to it, and she goes, "You're ruining an entire industry."
Right.
And he goes, "Well, I'm sorry." It's like, Barbara, what do you know, Barbara, that you haven't talked about or reported? It sounds like you know a few things.
Right, and she's the ultimate star fucker too. So, like, of course, she wants that protected.
Of course.
Yeah.
They all know what's going on.
Yeah.
And they act shocked when something's proven to be true. Oh, I didn't know. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Barbara, I will always love music, and I will always expose the corruption that goes on in Hollywood. I will never stop performing music, and you're not going to stop me. Texaho goes, I went with friends to see Korn the other night. They all sang Y'all Want a Single. Say fuck that. Immediately thought of Blobbin and Mike Gunk. Oh my God, Texaho. Welcome.
Oh,
and that was Sarah who excavated that song, and it was Mutt who recorded it because it was not shown on one of the Howard TV videos.
That clip is psychotic.
I know. By the way, Sarah, how long ago did Corey Haim pass away? Any idea?
3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, it's
and remember the controversy after he died, the Oscars didn't even put him in the memoriam.
Oh, right. Didn't Luke Perry get left out too?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Luke Perry got left out of the Emmy in memoriam.
Oh,
and
that's insane.
Oscars.
Mm-hmm. Well, why would he be in the Oscars for 8 seconds?
Well, they put in much more obscure people.
And that's true. They put in like
Norm was in for dirty work.
Oh, all right, then I take it back.
Wasn't Luke Perry in a Quentin Tarantino movie? Was it Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, or was it? God, somebody in the chat help me out if you remember. Luke, they put, and when he died, DiCaprio, who you never hear from, actually came out and he said what a great guy Luke Perry was.
Mm-hmm.
And
by all accounts,
he was the biggest. He literally was James Dean for a few
that
years.
death haunts me.
Oh, he's a great.
Takes me back to.
I've heard not a bad word about him.
It takes me back to 4 years ago and what I witnessed in a hospital room. It's horrid.
Is his son a professional wrestler now?
I think so. Yeah.
I think so too. Go ahead, David.
It is. It's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
He is in that. So he has a cameo. Yeah, and he's good in the cameo.
Before that came out.
That was. We went after Tarantino a few weeks ago. I'm about to give him a compliment here. That Tarantino's strength is he says, "Fuck the Hollywood system. If I like someone, I'm going to resuscitate their, whether it's Travolta or
Don Johnson,
Pam Grier, or now I'll take Luke Perry and I'll give him a movie career," which is what he almost did. I wonder what would have happened if he lived. It was just Sarah. What was the cause of death again? It was just
he had a massive stroke.
Okay.
And when you have a stroke, they go into, sometimes they have to crack your skull open to drain the blood. And apparently there was that made it worse, and it just like a fireworks show apparently in the room.
I have never heard a bad word about him from anyone.
No, me neither.
So that makes it more.
Even his ex-wife sings his praises.
Yep.
He asked if I would say he raped me, but I wouldn't. I was also to blame for my forwardness. I do not regret my actions. Like I've always believed, let the pain be my scars. And this person has a million faces that I still love. The water is clear and pure. If a bug lands in the water, you don't drink it. It's no longer clean. You look for another glass of water.
My birthday was last weekend. It was really.
Okay, so nice edit there. And she said, "What are the chat thinks? I mean, it's got to be Charlie Sheen. I mean, there's no other explanation. I don't know what she's trying to hide." And
well, she at the baseball game, she flashed really quick on a picture of her sitting next to someone. I just glanced at it, but I thought it was Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I looked at it. You're absolutely
But if you
right.
listen to this, you follow it, it makes it sound like it's another guy who she called Mr. Big at the baseball game.
Yes.
So I'm not 100%, but
it's like she's trying to throw you off the trail that it's Sheen, but the timeline doesn't make any more sense. It couldn't be anybody else.
Yeah.
And then she describes him almost verbatim, and then she's trying to like not get sued, I think. Mm-hmm. And Sean Penn has some connection. They went to that same Hollywood high, the whole nepotism thing. And Chris Penn was Sean Penn's brother who passed away. They know the Sheens from the same fucking high school and stuff. I think she's just trying to throw you off the trail. It's got to be him. It has to be.
Well, and there's a comment about suing her, Charlie suing her, but he never sued
really?
Feldman.
Okay.
And he didn't sue her either. I'm just saying, he doesn't sue apparently. He just makes a statement.
Yeah.
And then he thinks that's going to take care of it. But in the back of everybody's mind, after that was said, and it was alluded to for years before he said his name in that documentary, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think of Charlie Sheen now. I don't think of whatever 2.5 Men or that show he did with Heather Locklear for 2 seconds. I think he raped a young boy by a trailer on the set of Lucas.
So Brendan writes here, even Jake the Snake Roberts always wrestling. He can turn anything into a wrestling tie-in. Even Jake the Snake Roberts talked about becoming bored with normal heterosexuality, sex after being with so many fans and groupies, all types of sexual perversion experience. So there's like what Brendan says is how I perceive Charlie Sheen. Like he's been indulged for so much for so long that he's just like bored with normal heterosexuality.
Mm-mm.
Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's different from my theory on like Howard's sexual proclivities, where I think it's just, I don't even think it, I think maybe he leans toward men, but I do think that it's all about, I want to watch you, but you can't objectify me.
Yeah.
It's more about, can I sort of, not overpower this person, but can I be can I have the upper hand in this position so that they're exploiting themselves, but they don't ask that of me in return, you know?
Or how do I monetize your sexual proclivities?
Right.
He's almost like, I mean, I remember like the basic, when someone would describe Howard, they would just call him and this is not that. There's a certain era where a glorified pornographer, or just a carnival barking glorified pornographer. How inaccurate is that really at certain points of the show, right?
But I think he's lucky that when he was at his peak, there was a lot of money to be made on heterosexual pornographic,
because there was no
stuff.
straight porn. There was not, right. Porn wasn't accessible during that. Exactly right.
But then
so the show is like porn to a lot of people. That's exactly right.
And then, you know, Howard can be sort of in the background watching Fred and Jackie and Gary get turned on. It's Well Met. I mean, it's exactly what he did at Well Met.
That's pretty good. Well Met circa 1994, if that were exact.
Everybody showed up. There's the most gorgeous guy, Johnny Depp. He's my future romance.
Okay, so she brings Depp up here, as you might have heard in the crackling answer machine message. They are at an event for this Ryan White. It is a 7-year-old kid who died of AIDS. And it was a really big deal at the time. Elton John and Michael Jackson got involved with it. The publicist, Jeff Ballard, they all share the same publicist, roped all these stars into this at the same, so they all met each other through this at the same time. And she's doting over a late 80s 21 Jump Street fully formed Depp at the time, and she's somehow recording this. Is she recording this on a tape recorder?
Just talking into a tape recorder.
Okay.
Or a talk boy.
My birthday was last weekend. It was really rad. Everybody showed up. There's the most gorgeous guy, Johnny Depp. He's my future romance. Now, Charlie Sheen is pretty gorgeous also. Well, someday I hope I'll marry one of them. I just wonder what I'll be like when I get older.
I had a lot of crushes as a kid. I think I was always trying to find my true love, and I
know it seemed obvious, but I'm just making sure. That was Vanilla Ice she just was with? Robbie Van Winkle.
I didn't even look.
Look at the dude with the backward hat, the fitted hat. The wigger. It's a wigger, but it's got to be.
A lot of crushes as a kid. I think I was always trying to find my true.
No,
maybe not. I don't know. Who is it? Any idea?
Some rando guy, probably.
Some rando.
All right, let's
love, and I wanted to find true love.
Hey, what's up? This is Mark.
Oh. Can I share a quick Mark Wahlberg story?
Sure, Mike Walker.
I remember back in the day when he was first coming out, and I paid attention to him because I like New Kids on the Block. I'm sorry, I know. So he was like in Playgirl, and he had this quote. He has a third nipple, by the way, in case you don't know.
I only read Playgirl for Paul Barisi.
Oh, great. He goes, I have a third nipple. It's really cool because the bitches like to suck it. I have never forgotten that, and I am grossed out every time. No.
How was he turned into a major motion picture star? He's so horrible in every way.
Yeah, well, you don't randomly blind someone just because you're, having a bad day.
And how is that not biting him in the ass? The Asian, he blinded the Asian, and then he did a wilding, right, on black students that were. I'm trying to get the full story because it comes out all the time. That he just ran with this like racist Southie group that just wilded on the few black kids that were in the air. That whole New England area is supposed to be raging racism to this day.
Right.
Like Celtic fans shouting the N-word at
Except New England
Jason
Deppening
Tatum.
fans.
There's some great people out of New England too, and they're all.
Wahlberg calling for footlights.
Let's hear this again. This caught me off guard too with the market. She's got them all, huh? It is crazy.
Hey, what's up? This is Mark Wahlberg calling for footlights.
By the way, isn't it sacrilegious for a Celtic fan to wear a 76ers hat like that?
I mean, they don't care. Whatever's cool.
That's right.
Just calling to say hi.
Ugh.
I'm so nervous to call Mark back. I was a kissing queen.
Like a girl that just smokes cigarettes and stuff like that, because that's not true.
I'm driving here. Not worth it, right? I'm pretty ugly. This is gonna be a lost memory.
I gotta get ready.
Look at that collage. Kind of chokes me up. There's
Oh, look, it's
Alfonso
Carlton
Ribeiro.
from Fresh
Yep.
Prince.
Right.
And Ray Stern down in the corner above WINO.
That's pretty good. N.A. writes, does Sarah decorate for Halloween with dead 90s heartthrobs? Oh, my God.
Don't make me feel
N.A.
old. Thank you.
Ballbuster. N.A.'s like a really nice guy, but he plays like the villain on here. He's like the contrarian. And he and G Canada are hashtag Amber's IQ is higher than Arms. Couldn't agree more.
To go and be a fucking teenager. Peace out.
Okay.
Okay. So this is Mark Paul Gosselaar, who had a much bigger role in this than we're showing you. I thought he was very good during this. I thought he was very articulate and caring and thoughtful and the whole thing. I thought he had very strong opinions that I agree with. I thought he was very good during this. I don't know about you guys.
So this part, I want to talk about it real quick. This is like the ending credits, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just going back in time, if you remember, there were so many kids, like our age even, or her age, I'll say, that were just into so many horrid things because they had to try them or whatever. Their childhoods were bad, like drugs,
Right.
They were just getting into heroin. The pills were just starting to, get there too. But watch this. This part is so depressing.
Untapped chemicals too. They don't know what it's going to do, and the deaths haven't really come to fruition yet. And you see it just kind of permeate the 90s, and they're just experimenting with they don't know. And I don't know if they're getting the best stuff or they're just buying what they could afford. As we always say, the Depp buys the best cocaine because when you're late 50s doing coke, there ain't no way you're doing the stuff that's I can't. When I first heard about cocaine, when you're sort of in like a teenager, you hear about it, and it was like a death sentence, right? You knew anyone that's doing it, you have to stop it by the time you're 30 or whatever.
Every time I heard somebody do cocaine, I immediately go to like Bright Lights, Big City.
Yes,
Michael J. Fox movie.
Yeah.
That's yes.
And you see the sweat and the red eyes, the bulging eyes, and you're gonna die of a heart attack if you do cocaine.
I think of Less Than Zero, that Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Look, Andrew McCarthy and
Jamie
Jamie
Gertz.
Gertz. Yep.
Yeah.
That's it. That was considered Downey's best film for a very long time until he was like on the balls of his ass and he kind of went, he got arrested and all the freak out stuff. That was for a very long time considered like his
Tour de Force.
Tour de Force, the best thing he had done. And then he's obviously super duper talented. And he was sort of almost portraying himself during that. A lot of people felt.
Yeah, I mean, he seems made for what he was into at that time. It seems like that role was made for him.
Yes,
I know it's a
tailor-made for him,
book.
exactly
but,
right. Oh, it is a book.
It is, yeah.
In 1994, thank you, Melvin, once again, sir, for your tireless research and quick, reflexive, out of a holster research. 1994, he was. Moon-Frye was 18. Charlie Sheen would have been 29. There are many articles online confirming it was in fact Sheen. Thank you, Melvin. This is impossible. How could it not be?
Yeah.
The way she frames it. She's not.
You look
fooling
back,
anyone.
you watch this montage, and I don't know how she can look back at this era and romanticize any of it. When you look back at The Loss, I don't want to give anything away before we watch it, but The Loss is truly devastating. The amount of loss that has happened in her life since this time. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, Texaho writes, I wonder if Emilio Estevez knows or behaved as witness growing up with his. I'm sure he did, Texaho.
I think he
I
wants
would love to
nothing
hear
to do with
more.
his brother.
Yeah, well, you never hear from him. It's very, very, very rare instance to get a full-blown interview with Emilio Estevez now. I have not seen him comment on Charlie in a very long time, unless we're talking
I wouldn't.
Men at Work. Your favorite movie, right, Sarah? Men at Work?
He's happy to do like Mighty Ducks 9 and
Yeah.
straight to YouTube TV movies, whatever.
He successfully directs and produces some document. If you look at his credits and stuff, he's very behind the camera, and he's not. It's not jokes. I mean, it's some stuff you can be proud of.
It's a good move. It's the Ron Howard move of like,
Yeah,
you realize you're not a cute kid anymore, and so you know, get a trade.
And I think some of these guys get tired of, like, at a certain point, you know, I'm 42 years old and I'm still thinking about my fucking hair. You know, I'm
Right.
obsessed with vanity. You know, at what point does that jump the shark? Vanity jump the shark? At what age as a guy? Women have a much different pressure to look good, but guys, when you know that this is what we make fun of Howard for all the time. Howard's 70, thinking about his hair all day long. Like, at what point the guy's obsessed with his own weight and his hair and stuff, it starts to look, is he gay or is he just so vain? This is off. So I think a lot of these guys who just don't want to be obsessed with vanity anymore to be in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I would think about my hair all day too if a door closing could push it off. You know?
Oh my God.
Another thing about me,
Fucking teenager. Peace out.
So I left that in just to make sure that Sean Penn is the boss here. So you talk about knowing where the bodies is buried. I mean, this guy is like, you know, the gatekeeper of young Hollywood and that sort of 80s and stuff. And he went to the same high school as the Sheens and stuff. That's sort of Hollywood high. And I bet you it's Penn who is advising her to film it this way, Sarah, so it doesn't frame that she's accusing Charlie Sheen of rape. I don't want to accuse him of rape. And you know, so the lawsuits, he's exonerating himself from any lawsuits.
I agree.
Oh my God.
Another thing about me,
So there is a what's eating Gilbert Grape era DiCaprio, or just before it, sort of growing pains, this boy's life. And he's very much a part of that sort of young. And again, this is not a, DiCaprio is very much a kid actor. You know, he's charmed life. He's never lived. So when he plays like a real person, you kind of don't buy it as an adult. He just has that same kind of
I don't buy the charmed life. I saw the Brian Peck video.
Oh, well, that's the one thing because Brian Peck groped him for 5 minutes on the set.
Yeah, you think that's all that happened? He was comfortable enough to do it in front of a camera.
On camera.
No, I don't think it's all that happened. No, I don't. I still think he has a charmed life.
And he, who's that photographer that was busted? He's one of the names. Anyway,
and that gaggle. I know
he has photos of Leonardo DiCaprio. They found photos of DiCaprio in his stuff. So
has he commented? Of course, he hasn't commented.
He's not ever going to talk about it.
Well, take a stand. You want to do good? Do you want to help?
Well, you can say the same thing about Alyssa Milano.
I guess so, but you want to take
and
a stand
Soliel. They know names.
You couldn't have more power in Hollywood than DiCaprio. If you want to take a stand on something, do it now.
Alyssa Milano is too busy on Twitter talking about how Trump ruined her life. To even mention a name. She knows everybody. She knows what happened, but she won't talk about it.
Let me hold on a second. Dorian Munger writes, coke and meth bring out the pervert in a lot of people. That's very true, Dorian. You forget about the drugs that Sheen has access to, and that that spins you into a whole new direction. That's very true. I don't even know the depths of what that can turn you into, coke and meth, and which is Charlie Sheen is both indulges in both on a very semi-regular basis. Clapton and thank you, Brendan. Clapton and Mick Jagger, same thing. Bored with sleeping with all these groupies. Let's try something else. Good. Mm-hmm. That's an excellent follow-up, Brendan.
Let's finish this montage and then.
About 2 years ago, so this is her little document of my growth. I've grown at least 3 inches or 4 inches since last. Yeah. And I'm bigger too. Check it out.
Well, we know where we're going. Okay, so set this up, Sarah. This is
We'll just read the screen.
okay.
All of her friends that have died.
So the thing ends with this gaggle of friends, semi-famous, some of them famous, some of them not so famous, all have passed away. And there's, what is there, a dozen of them? And they weren't even 30 yet?
Drugs, just living the dangerous life.
Used up, not
suicide.
transitioning into a
Sorry,
suicide.
I can't say suicide.
Half of it's that, right? Half of it's taking their own lives.
Yeah.
But you're so right. It's like, how can she be so nostalgic and sort of wide-eyed about this time? And this is what she's been through. She's been through so much loss, and it's not even grandparents, you know?
Yeah, it should signify the worst time in your life, in a way.
Yeah. Right. Watching this, you look at the dates, the years that they died, and you're like, that was 30 years ago.
I know.
And look at how much they have missed in their life just because they made a bad choice.
Right.
Anytime they show the dates of the birth to death, it always gets me. And the little silence they show every time you see like a show where you ever watch it like a modern day show and you just hear this weird black screen silence and they show
dedicated to the memory of or something.
Just kills me.
Yeah.
Every time.
It's like, oh, thanks, you ruined my high.
It's like it'll be like a director of photography or something, or their son or just some kind of tertiary connection to the show or movie.
We're coming off a great episode of My Name Is Earl, and you have to remind me of the death of the gaffer.
Alyssa Milano triggered David to reference My Name Is Earl.
You look up the name. I've looked up the name and like they die of like a mass suicide or I was like, oh God.
Yes.
Awful.
Or they battled cancer for 13 years and oh my God.
The show I'm watching right now, Kingdom, it's a brilliant MMA drama and it's way better than some like Rogan meathead thing. It's such I can't describe. It's an MMA drama that is phenomenally. I cannot believe how good it is. And that Paul Walter Hauser is a brilliant character actor. He's like a dumpy looking. He's going to be the next Philip Seymour Hoffman, in my opinion. He's a cross between like Chris Farley and Philip Seymour Hoffman. And at the end of the episode, they said, dedicated to the memory. I can't remember the name because it was. I'm still getting used to the names of it. But anyway, it was the deceased miscarriage of one of the actors on the show.
Oh God!
Because immediately I looked the name up, and the episode was based on the character having a miscarriage, and so they based the episode on this actress's miscarriage in real life.
That seems cruel.
It was gruesome.
Thanks for letting me relive that.
I guess she fought through it and insisted that they needed to be portrayed or let's deal with that topic.
It's like if your husband made a movie where he makes fun of your miscarriage on the radio and
I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do the Alison Stern. And that's Alison Stern. I put in the beloved category now. I read the other night on Gunk, I think it was Monday night, that she is with Beetlejuice and Casey Armstrong and Mark Harris. Now we're going to throw in there, right? And Sour Shoes and Billy West in the beloved category. I get to anoint everybody in the beloved character, but I'm the official curator of the Stern beloved category.
So this is her little document of my growth. I've grown at least 3 inches or 4 inches since last. And I'm bigger too. Check it out.
Well, we know where we're going, but we don't know.
Now, Jonathan Brandis, I think we know.
You're giving me blue balls.
Does we know? I mean, I think a lot of people know him. I
just know him from Sequest.
Okay, yeah.
Where we've been, and we know what we're knowing, but we can't say what we've seen, and we're not.
That's Stephen Dorff's brother, his older brother. He's just like he couldn't connect in Hollywood. I think his thing was, my brother's successful and I'm not. And I just can't I can't get to his level, and he couldn't handle it. I'm just speculating.
Little children, and we know what we want, and the future is certain. Give us time to work it out.
I love this song.
I gotta say though, did you guys ever see Reality Bites?
Mm-hmm.
They used this exact thing in
Yeah.
You remember, what was it? God, Winona Ryder was a filmmaker.
Yes.
And she did a video at the end, and they used it's exactly what they did. Yeah,
Great song.
I think
it's such a great song. Yeah,
it really is.
They're used.
Public domain.
All right.
Copyright.
Let's enjoy the song for a second.
There he is.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Yankee ticket stub.
God.
Rain check, April 9th, 1996. Yankees against the Kansas City Royals. Box seats, 257. That's so great. She has a ticket stub saved. I got a ticket stub you can save, honey.
No comment.
And she took the picture of. I can't read the letter up there.
All right.
I think it's covered by the photo.
I have worse hand. She must be a lefty. I have worse handwriting than that. All lefties have shitty handwriting.
Oh, you're talking about the handwriting. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to read the letter. I can't make anything out in it. I've tried.
You know how slow I am? That just occurred to me. That's Charlie Sheen.
I can read the sentence.
Well, there we go.
My feelings are extremely mixed. Like it's somebody I've had a crush on for years, and then it gets lighter, and shit.
He was hot once. One time at the end of Ferris Bueller, and that's it.
I knew you were going to say that. And speaking of which, let's tie it into Depp, right? So Depp and Sheen do Platoon together. Yeah. Jennifer Grey is in that. What happens in that scene? Jennifer Grey gets arrested for something?
They're at the police station, and Charlie Sheen is the neighborhood hoodlum. And he's sitting there, and he tells her, you need to, you're pretty cute, but your attitude stinks.
Stop fixating on your brother so much.
Yeah, exactly. And then
why did she get arrested though, Sarah?
What?
Why did Jennifer Grey get arrested in that scene?
She called the cops, and I think they took her in because it was a false report. It's been a while.
She tried to rat on her brother, and they couldn't.
Yeah, they couldn't prove it, so they took her in because they thought she was a wacko.
And she was jealous of all the Ferris kept failing up. He steps in shit. Nothing goes wrong for him all the time, and she's jealous of the charmed life he seems to be leading in front of her face. And
you're led to believe, though, when you're, as a teenager, that scene is romanticized because you're led to believe that they go off together, her and Charlie Sheen, and they make it work.
You do believe that when you're watching. That's exactly right. And guess who was the second choice for Matthew Broderick's Ferris Bueller?
I wonder.
I know. Depp auditioned for that and didn't get it.
Back to Depp.
And
it worked for
Jennifer Grey was his girlfriend a few days later, and Charlie Sheen's in Platoon with them, and you can connect him to everything.
And now has HIV.
And now has HIV. Oh, sorry. Can we read now? That's big script. Can we read this? Is Marky Mark in the top left?
I will really know 18-year-old thought about everything, and it's kind of cut off on the sides.
Probably on purpose.
Yeah.
Meaning is always cherish the boot, and is always, and I can't. 1990. It's from
Soliel. Yeah.
And on the far left it says Mark Wahlberg called Thursday, September 19th. I think he sounds like a wigger. She writes on the bottom. It's cut off. Is that the guy who blinded an Asian in Boston and is really racist towards black people? I think this is. Okay, what is that? We are today, tomorrow. Now tell me we are part of Generation X. No one will leave. We will not shut up. We will not be quiet or correct. We will be heard.
I'm in that generation, and I cringe at that.
I'm accusing her of writing that today and
probably
superimposing it and pretending that she did it then.
It's interesting because the recordings of her, like when from the 90s, are just as like scripted sounding as she is interviewed today.
So are you accusing her of writing her own script back then for this, or
she must have been able to tell that she was going to make this documentary years from now, and that there were streamers.
I know it's exactly. Insane foresight, intuition. Professor X doesn't have to be able to do. That's exactly right. It's very strange.
It just must be part of her affectation. I mean, I'm sure just having to be a child actor and go on talk shows and be able to talk to grown-ups, it's like you don't have any vocal static or issues with stammering or anything like that. So
that's true. She's
maybe that is
incredibly eloquent at 13 years old.
Yeah,
that's a great observation by you. David had no gloves when he crossed the Delaware with Washington. Sis Melvin. So while Moon-Frye also dated Screech in an episode of Saved by the... I did not know that, Tone Cod 89. Sarah, you watched Saved by the Bell, right? Do you remember that? She was
very little.
He sold the pasta sauce, and she used him for the money he made. Wow, gold digging episode. That's a precocious gold digging episode. If I'm reading that plot line right, I did not know that.
Written by Beth Stern.
Beth wrote the screenplay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Good job, Sarah, putting that
great.
together. I gave you what I thought, and you chopped it without losing any of the integrity.
I had to work with your edits. So there was a question in the chat: who edited this? Not me.
I thought I did a good job. I thought I got the main. Did I miss anything?
It's a little jumpy, but the program you use is not the best for that.
Well, I was trying to get the big names.
I know you did
DiCaprio and Sean Penn and Marky Mark, and obviously Depp was the main. And Charlie Sheen.
I'm surprised Brittany Murphy wasn't mentioned in this one.
Yeah.
Because she come around later, though. Brittany Murphy.
I think she's that. That's a good question. I don't know how old she would be today, but I feel like she was a teenager in like 93. Like Clueless was 95, so she must have been 16 or 17.
That's a good question. I don't know if she has ties into that exact group. Maybe you're right, though. Her story's crazy, though. I don't think it gets enough play. And she was on a rocket ship. She was a pretty big star for a while.
Yeah.
That's NA rights. Sean Penn is CIA, don't you know? He can clear any intellectual property dispute.
Gentlemen, I am going to duck out. So.
That's
fine. I'm just here for the Soliel French fry documentary. So
the Irish exit. Can I before you go? Can I see if there's anything I need your commentary on before? Moon-Frye. We have the Jeff Ballard piece. Ryan White's. Do you want to see the Ryan Wright funeral with Michael Jackson, Sarah? You know a lot about
I
Michael
will
Jackson.
watch, but in honor of Ryan White, please feel free to donate to the ARM Fund, and I may in the future send it to a beloved chatter.
There you go.
That's a Stuttering John reference.
No, Sarah, you can go. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, let's just watch. So this guy. So the relationship you have with Depp and Charlie Sheen is through this publicist Jeff Ballard. And this guy represents. Let's just go to the Jeff Ballard website.
Okay, I got to go fix something outside my house.
After the Jeff Ballard website. After the Jeff Ballard website, you're gonna do. I know you want to do the Irish exit. You always want things.
No,
to be
there is
over,
something
Sarah.
that happened that has broken outside my window. I actually need to go fix it. So let's go.
Is it that crazy cartoon cat? You sound like
no.
Liz Cheney
Let's go.
Okay, Jeff Ballard. Publicist, we have, I'm going to go to his, okay. So this is a super publicist named Jeff Ballard, and it's a who's who of, this is how this all comes together in Hollywood. Let me see here. Tell me if you could see it on the screen, because I'm not looking at it.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Got it.
So this is the guy. So he connects all these people that came together here, and these are all the quotes from all the people he represents. Zac Efron, and it needs to come on. Oh, come on! Because it shows a Depp quote. It's not showing. It went to Efron. I don't know why. It shows Charlie Sheen and Depp. When I first looked at it. So this is these are his clients. Tell me if you can see this.
Yeah, I see it.
So this is who he represents now. So there's first guy he shows, Charlie Sheen, C. Thomas Howell, Justin Guarini, Rob Gronkowski now.
Oh my God.
And so you'll know some of the Vernon Davis, some of the guys you want. He's obsessed with the Van Patten family from Eight Is Enough. I don't know. Some of them are successful. So now you'll see down here from Nightmare on Elm Street fame, Heather Langenkamp.
Oh.
We go down here, we see Willie Ames from Eight Is Enough and buddies with
Does he make any
Christopher
money off these
Atkins.
people?
Yes.
Can he pay his electric bill based on representing these people?
And these are look at this gaggle of twinks we have here. Garrison Lamb. Who am I? Chad. Who am I? Brett Lorenzini over here.
These are porn names.
Yeah, this is like who he's. So there's pictures of him on his Instagram just with these homoerotic poses with these twink boys in Hollywood. This is the Van Patten family. So we got Dick Van Patten, Grant Goodeve, who sang the theme song. It is enough to fill all lives with. And there's Nicholas Adam Rich. These are his former clients. You see the first name,
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp, Zac Efron, Paula Abdul, Jared Leto, Martin Sheen, Lori Loughlin, Rob Lowe, Ryan Seacrest, Nancy Reagan.
Nancy Reagan, Jesus.
So as we see, so under Nancy Reagan, we have Soliel Moon-Frye, and this is how this all comes. All these names: Ricky Schroeder, Forrest
James
Whitaker,
Marsden.
Betty Bug. Yep. So with that, I want to show you a story that I just recently found that Johnny Depp got to go to the White House during his 21 Jump Street stint. And with that, he goes with Jeff Ballard, who's obsessed with Ronald Reagan and is a publicist for Nancy Reagan. And TMZ during the this is when Depp's on the balls of his ass, Sarah. This is when the TMZ video is out. Public sentiment is kind of against him, and TMZ is piling on him all the time. And they release a story that I was somewhat aware of, but not fully, that Depp got kicked out of the White House during this time. Check this out.
Johnny Depp once booted from the White House reception for showing, quote, disrespect from TMZ on June 23rd, 2017. Johnny Depp's disdain for the White House runs deep, so deep, he once corralled Secret Service agents who refused to let him shake the president's hand. Depp, who's taking heat for his Trump assassination crack, was at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue back in January of 1988. Yeah, we know it's the 80s, where President and Nancy Reagan held a ceremony for the fight against AIDS. Johnny, who was the star of 21 Jump Street, started.
If you can't see here, Depp's giving the middle finger in front of the White House. And so secure. I mean, imagine today with security and what they can look at now. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that story today? How crazy that would be? I can't believe it just came out then, because I knew he had gone there and I'd seen these pictures, but I didn't know he was kicked out of the White House, and TMZ was going after him hard at this time.
Clowning almost from the get-go during a private tour. He picked his nose at the podium in the press room and flipped off the camera outside the gate. We're told he was in the Rose Garden where he lit up a cigarette, much to the dismay of the Secret Service. Later during the event, Johnny was in the Blue Room when he once again lit a ciggy, enraging the agent. When it came to time for be at the receiving line to meet the Prez and the First Lady, the agents told Johnny he could not participate because he had shown disrespect.
Okay, so that is not entirely accurate, because there is a picture of him shaking Ronald Reagan's hand, and so they did complete. And this is an episode which I have somewhere. I have to play. this. So I'm going to play this first, if I can find. So this is the reason Depp was there is to film a public service announcement for 21 Jump Street, which they filmed with C. Everett Koop and the Surgeon General. So I have this here, and this is how that went. He was at the White House to film this, and I put in the actual preview of the episode that aired at the time. So this is what he was there to do.
Tonight, Johnny Depp in his most.
So this all ties into the Ryan White AIDS thing. So this is this is a very special 21. This is literally a very special episode about 20, which I believe won some kind of form of a Emmy, taking on AIDS when nobody else would.
Right.
So
We all thought before this episode, we all thought we could get AIDS from a carton of milk.
Yes. And the scene in the movie is when Depp sits down with this guy. His name's Harley, and they're at the lunch table. And Depp is basically his bodyguard playing my bodyguard during this episode. And Depp tells him to get out of a conversation. He goes, "You know what? I forgot my milk." And he goes, "Oh, here's mine, man." And Depp looks at the think quicking undercover age you think on your feet, as Donnie Brasco would. He says, "You know what, Harley? I don't like chocolate." And then he gets out of not drinking the AIDS patient's milk by saying, "I don't like chocolate."
Challenging role.
Are you dying of AIDS or what?
A friend shunned by society.
No AIDS, it's true. No AIDS, it's true.
I just wish they weren't so afraid to just even touch me.
That's the scene. This is the scene with the chocolate milk.
Nobody touches me anymore, man. I'm gonna fly my bike off the end of Clear Canyon, man, to see if I can touch the sun. And what are you talking about? Suicide?
An unforgettable Jump Street tonight.
So this, as soon as the episode airs, this show had done, I guess what'd you say, Sarah, about a half dozen public service announcements.
Yeah.
They didn't do it every show.
This is the best one. His first line here is, I laugh every time.
Everybody laughs at this one.
It's so weird.
Again, he didn't write it, so I'm sure he's repulsed by it as much as we are. I mean, he's as humored by it as much as we are, if you can joke about it.
Hi, I'm Johnny Depp of 21 Jump Street. I don't know a whole lot about AIDS, but I want to introduce you to a couple of guys who do. Dr. Robert Wyndham, the Assistant Secretary for Health, and the Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. C. Everett Koop.
There are a number of ways to catch
Oh,
AIDS.
Dad.
Casual contact is not one of them, but sexual contact is.
The guy on the right, C. Everett Koop, the Surgeon General, he is the inspiration for the sitcom Hanging with Mr. Cooper. They were going to originally call it Hanging with C. Everett Koop, and they changed it to Mr. Cooper and brought in Mark Curry.
Doesn't C. Everett Koop just represent the 80s?
Yeah, that was the name you heard over and over again. He's a Surgeon General.
Yeah.
And he has the Navy outfit. Is that what the Surgeon General has to wear all the time? Like
I don't
Admiral?
know.
It's like the Postmaster General.
It's like Scientology.
Yeah. A
building your
miscarriage.
contract.
Yes. I believe he looks like he works for the Sea Org.
Sea Org, I'm fucking losing my memory.
If you are not going to abstain or not going to maintain a faithfully monogamous relationship, you can reduce the chance of contracting AIDS.
Look at how locked on the cue cards they are. Depp's waiting for his lines. You can see, I follows.
If you use a condom. But remember, they may not be 100% effective.
And people with AIDS need a helping hand. Reading, running errands, the little everyday things that we take.
If you're gonna read and run, this is what is why you watch the Deppening. If you're gonna read and run errands, please wear a condom. Wear two if you have to.
I gotta tell you though, I had a second cousin who he died in the early 80s of AIDS. He came up to Oregon to die. Basically, it's very sad.
That's tragic.
But we knew nothing about it. They wouldn't let me go into the room. Everybody who went in was in it. They were in hazmat suits, basically. Whoever had to go in and take care of him. It was very sad, and he got it the old-fashioned way down in San Francisco. But he came here to die. What we didn't know is just crazy. Even this time, we knew nothing.
Okay, you can.
No, I'm
is
done.
that it? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I thought you said you set it up like what we didn't know, and then you pause, and I'm waiting for but that was it. Now I'm all choked up.
No, that was it. That was a period at the end of the sentence.
I have waiting to die blue balls in Oregon. Did you say the end of the Innocents?
Yeah.
Remember when the days were long and rode beneath the deep blue skies. Didn't have a care in the world with mommy and daddy standing by. This is the end of the innocent. David, I have a request. I remember the first I asked you to play that on the if I'm gonna take a request, I want you to turn that into a cartoon theme song.
Totally. I owe you guys an all cello version of the Deppening theme song too. So
Yeah,
expect that.
Yeah. Like I said, you're such a brilliant composer, and I think if they and I believe the day is going to come, and we will set it up where they're going to do they're going to bring back Pinky and the Brain or Animaniacs or what's the other one that's in that genre?
Tiny Toons.
Tiny Toons. You are tailor made for exactly what that is. They're going to bring it back.
I'm working on it. I have a meeting with a Disney person soon, so I'll let you know how that goes.
Do you know they're bringing back the X-Men animated series from the early 90s?
Oh, really?
90s? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. And the theme song of that sounds an awful like the Fox NFL theme. If you ever see, you could do a David reinvention of that, the X-Men, and submit it to the X-Men people.
I'll go on my IMDb Pro and see who's involved with the reboot of that, because maybe I can get a hold of them.
It's impossible you'll know. Some of the producers are literally on Twitter.
Well, that's how I do a lot of this stuff. Is I'll just direct message producers and showrunners on social media.
I'll give you two of them. I'll give you two of the names: Eric and Julia Leewald.
Okay, cool. I will.
And they're very friendly, very, very convivial people on social media. I just like DM them or something. They'll probably follow you back and go, I'm fooling around. And I made the X-Men jingle this way. Tell me if you like it.
Totally.
For granted, become almost impossible to do.
Listen, AIDS is very serious and very dangerous. Get involved in your community. Learn all you can. Call 1-800-342-AIDS.
I called that number last night. It's still active.
Did you call the 1-800-DRUGS number they gave in another PSA?
That's my favorite thing to do now is like watch old shows and they put a phone number up and I'll call it and see if it's still active.
Is Tom Hansen there?
Yeah. I guarantee you broads were so obsessed with him at that time they did call it thinking he was manning the telethon, that he's sitting there with a phone waiting for you to pick up.
I would have said, Tommy, can you teach me about AIDS and how we get it?
He tells stories about how he used to get like handwritten letters of girls like professing suicide if they didn't call him back, and he'd have to call back like 600 people in a weekend because they would like, you know, so I'm going to commit suicide if you don't call me back. If you don't, and they would leave a phone number, and he would do it. He would feel so guilty that he would call each and every one of them. That's a true story when he was in Vancouver, long distance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to watch it again.
What do we do? Remember.
No, we don't.
Health, but I want to introduce
an unforgettable jump street tonight.
Hi, I'm Johnny Depp of 21 Jump Street. I don't know a whole lot about AIDS, but I want to introduce you to a couple of guys who do.
That would be great if they redid this and they stopped and goes, I don't know a whole lot about AIDS, and they stop to go, but we do, and they high five each other.
And they're bottomless.
Dr. Robert Wyndham, the Assistant Secretary for Health, and the Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. C. Everett Koop.
There are a number of ways to catch AIDS. Casual contact is not one of them, but sexual contact is. If you're not going to abstain or not going to maintain a faithfully monogamous relationship, you can reduce the chance of contracting AIDS if you use a condom. But remember, they may not be 100% effective.
And people with AIDS need a helping hand. Reading, running errands, the little everyday things that we take for granted become almost impossible to do.
Listen, AIDS.
I have you know that I participated back then. I both read and ran errands for people with AIDS in the late 80s and early 90s.
You did your part.
I did my part.
You drank from their milk carton. You did everything.
I did everything.
I'm just picturing C. Everett Koop like performing heart surgery in that outfit.
Isn't that the first order of business for a surgeon general? You're a surgeon general.
For
right?
a general, though, he's not
perform
really
surgery.
decorated on the lapel much.
Exactly. You have to generally perform surgery. How do you do it in that? You're absolutely right, David. That's a great observation.
So funny.
He was too busy warning me that smoking a cigarette may be harmful to my fetus.
Hey, Babs DeRush, is this your Charlie Sheen's daughter did OnlyFans? Is that true?
Yeah,
That's
one
a
of
real
them.
thing?
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
that song, Midlife Crisis. That guy's a YouTube channel, Midlife Crisis. That song was also used at the end of the 1980 Little Monsters film, the Fred Savage great song. Fred Savage got Me Too'd a little while ago, right? You see that? It's pretty hardcore. He supposedly AR'd someone in a bathroom a few times, a chick on a set. And this is like recently, too. Jennifer Grey was illegally dancing in a resort in the Catskills. That's why she was classic Don't God.
She was dancing across the bridge, and that was not allowed in the 60s.
Is she supposed to be 15 in that movie? Is that true?
No, she's like 17, I think, or 16.
Okay.
No, 17.
Because if I'm not mistaken, she's 30 when or close or damn near.
Well, Luke Perry was supposed to be a junior.
I know. Well, what's her name is way worse than that. Gabrielle Carteris.
Yeah, of course.
She's 30. She's 30 in 1991, and that's when 90210 started.
It's very serious and very dangerous. Get involved in your community. Learn all you can.
Well, it sounds like Jackie's apology, right?
Totally.
Call 1-800-342-AIDS. Thank you.
Please don't make a mockery of this.
Yeah.
Too late.
I'm gonna duck out.
Okay.
Bye, Sarah.
All right,
Sarah. I
Sarah.
gotta go fix this problem before an animal crawls through the issue. Okay.
Crawl through you, honey. Sarah, what's the next step? Give everybody an update on the next. What are we doing? We're not sure how we're going to continue with the NFL and the fantasy draft is Saturday. I think we need a few people for this.
Yeah, I will not be in this draft. I will be ARM's scout though for the season. I know one thing I know how to do is build a football team, so beware. I don't know about our next show. Probably late next week. I'm very happy there. We might move our Sunday shows to Saturday. I don't know yet.
What the next one we're doing? I feel like, oh my God. Should we do the Rolling Stone piece with Stephen Roderick?
Yeah, we can do that.
I mean, I don't know if that's next, but there was some other thing, and that's the very, very controversial piece where he spends 3 days with Depp in London, and when Depp's on the balls of his ass in 2018. We're going to sort of narrate that.
Tracy Jacobs recording we're going to be doing.
Yes.
But we also have a Viper Room exclusive coming.
Yes, we got contacted from somebody that worked at the Viper Room. It was really weird, and his name is Mario Vitrini.
I don't know, but let's wait until we know for sure.
So he DM'd me and he goes like, "Hey, I know everything you want to know," and he might be like on the other side though, and I don't care. I'm just gonna give him a forum and stuff. Whatever. I just want to know what he knows and see. Is very receptive. He contacted me. I have no idea. It was really weird. He just listened to it. It's not like we referenced his name at all, and his name was redacted in one of the emails that we read, and it was pretty crazy. I can't wait to see what he has to say. He looks a lot like David Hurd too.
Yep. All right.
David
bye.
Hurd was long. All right, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah.
Say bye to Sarah, everyone.
I'm trying to mute. Okay.
Texaho writes, I wonder what Paula Abdul thought of her brother-in-law. I felt great shame typing her name, but curious. That's right, Emilio Estevez. They weren't married, were they, Texa? Was Emilio Estevez married to Paula Abdul?
Hang on, let me look it up.
I know they dated and might have been engaged. Paula Abdul is crazy. I like Paula Abdul. I don't know why. She seems like a nice broad. She seems like she's just like this sweet soul who can't keep up with.
People can't accept eccentric people on TV.
No,
I think is the thing.
No, she's not as smooth. She's not smooth on television, so she gets eviscerated for it.
She was married to Emilio Estevez from 92 to 94.
Okay, so just the 2 years. I don't know why I didn't feel like they were married. Like they just were they were just perpetually engaged.
Yeah, couple about town. Yeah.
That's. Thank you, Tone Cott. That's a great question. Of all the guys who bang so well, her name is the industry is Spunky Brewster. Sarah's there for the Punky Brewster. Sarah's only here for the Punky Brewster cleavage shots. For some reason, Sarah's not. She's still listening. She's gonna pop on and she's listening. There's no way she's officially gone. Later, lady. I like how you said that, Gene. A big difference between Paula's antics and a serial rapist. Yes, Texo. Yes. Yeah. Sarah lives in Oregon, so I assume Antifa is now smashing down her windows. Every time you say Oregon now, there's an Antifa joke soon to follow.
It's not far behind. Yeah.
Those peeping Toms aren't as careful as they used to be. Okay, let me remove Sarah. Kick from Studio. It's an actual thing written out by StreamYard.
What is this?
Oh, no. I don't know. I don't know. Trust. It says Kick from Studio. So if I click on her name, it gives you option. It says Kick from Studio. Okay, so it looked like you were going to end the stream the way it really like takes over. It scares the shit out of you. Barbara DeRush, Chris Atkins from Chris Atkins from Blue Lagoon over here. Babs, Life on the D list for real. Yes, I'm Gina. I'm all right, Gina. Thank you for popping in, Gina. Again, what is it called? Crypto Nymphosi, the Kryptonian female villain, Gina, which is her YouTube channel. Night, Gina. Let's get hired. Okay, so what did I want to show David here? Okay, so this kid Ryan White. David, by the way, did you said you researched something?
Well, I kind of just read up the, basics on who he was. So he was born in 1971 and he was a hemophiliac. So,
by the way, David, that Jump Street plot was exactly that.
Really?
Okay. Hemophiliac is used in that episode. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So he was getting blood transfusions his whole life. And then when he was 13, he got a blood transfusion with a needle that was infected with the AIDS virus and contracted it. The doctors gave him a year, but he lived 5 more years and he died just short of his high school graduation. So,
oh my God, that's so sad.
It's so sad. Yeah. He died in 1990. And I don't know when all the celebrity involvement started, but I knew we were going to talk about that.
Well, no, and so Hollywood rallied around him in such a way that Michael Jackson himself goes to the funeral. So this is what I have on the funeral. Check this out. This is actual footage of the funeral.
Complications Sunday. His fighting spirit attracted many friends and admirers, including pop star Michael Jackson and First Lady Barbara Bush. Singer Elton John gave his final tribute to Ryan in song.
And that's all they've given on that. And I think they have some other. Now, there's Michael Jackson at the casket. That is so sad. So it's an open casket. And this is. Did it say where he's from, David?
Indiana.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he's from Indiana. And somehow, did they move him to Hollywood? Like, how are all these people around him on a regular basis?
I'm not sure of, because there was this big controversy that his school, I assume he was going to a public school that wanted to kick him out because they, as you guys were talking about, like just the knowledge about how this was contracted was not as there wasn't as much information on it. Excuse me. And so I think there was just this whole battle with the school board and with the principal to get, I'm forgetting if I think he was able to start attending his school again in Indiana, but in the meantime, I think he became like the poster child for just AIDS awareness,
Right. Yeah. It seems like they moved him to Hollywood, and because there's constant fundraising for a kid who lives in Indiana, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost as if they're like, well, we can do more good for him here, so let's move him. And I didn't realize. I always assumed he was just like locally, and that's how they latched on to his story.
Yeah, he seemed like I'm not. I hope this doesn't sound insensitive. He seemed like a sickly kid anyway.
Yeah. He did. He looked like he was like way underweight. I can't believe he was the age you said. So he's born in 71. I thought he was like 10 years younger than that. 5 years young at least.
Yeah, no, he was 13 when he contracted it, and then he lived another 5 years. So yeah, he died like a month before his high school graduation. It was super, super tragic.
He died at pretty much 18.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is another video of that time. I think Elton John's in this one. Ryan, it's like a mini documentary. We'll try to like skim through this. So Indiana, as you said, so it's India. It says Ryan White documentary by the state of Indiana Department of Health, and so they used this in the state at the time. And I'll try to skim. I don't want to bore everybody. So this is an official.
You've had a very front row seat to prejudice, haven't you?
Very much so.
Tell me something about that.
So he's on Phil Donahue. I didn't even
Donahue,
realize
yeah.
that. So this is the kid, Ryan White. I guess. What would you say this is, David? 1987.
Yeah, probably.
He ain't 19 here. He's got to be younger, unless he's Ralph Macchio.
I mean, it must have been right off of just this whole story. I mean, I think it was only within the first year or two that the controversy with him going to school was probably a thing. So it's probably 85, 86.
Tone Cott says if Depp's in the White House during the Clinton years, he'd been invited every weekend. Clinton's, Depp's got that Arkansas tie-in with the West Memphis Three and the Clintons, and I wonder if the Clintons were involved in that at all with the West Memphis Three and the Damien Eccles thing. You know that story, right? With the Depp
with friend of the court. What's her name? Natalie Maines.
Oh yeah, Natalie Maines, right? Eddie Vedder and Natalie Maines are also on the front lines. In
my case, it was fear, and just because I supposedly had something in my body that nobody else had, or very few people had. And I think it's because you're different. I'm surprised we really have dogs nowadays because they're different. It's amazing how, you can accept a dog into your house, but you can't accept someone because of their race, their color or their religion, or what they have in them.
That's a very precocious kid to speak on those. I wouldn't be able to handle. I don't even think he's fucking 16 there. Doing that.
Well, it's like I was saying about Soliel Moon-Frye. It's like just when you get involved in the media, it's like you grow up right away and you're able to be articulate and wise beyond your years. And
yes,
it's.
Oh, you considered precocious, David?
I probably was. I was just like so obedient as a kid. So I think that's where it comes from. Was just having to be, the Sunflower Dragon's teacher's pet.
That's a great callback. Thank you, Rodney. A very special episode of the Deppening. That's what we should call it in the title. If there's some way I could work that in, I will. I've already called it Punky Deppster. So maybe we should. I don't know. It's got to be some way to. That's pretty good, Rodney. That's really good.
Hi, welcome to West 57th. I'm Karen Burns. Our first story tonight is about a boy you've probably all come to know and to respect. He first captured people's hearts 4 years ago when his battle with AIDS and his fight to remain in school became front-page news. His name is Ryan White, and he is now 17. Next week, Ryan will appear in a made-for-TV movie about his life. But while he has become a public figure, he has remained a very private person. Before you see him again, this time out on the circuit publicizing his movie, we wanted you to know a little more about this one boy who inspires so many.
How do you handle,
Hey, Tone Cott, is that true? My mom said if I did...
Yep.
Fool. That sounds legitimate. Oh my, could you imagine threatening a kid like that? If you don't wash before dinner, you will get AIDS.
What's the famous sitcom from the 80s where the little kid walks in and says he has AIDS and it's like a laugh line? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. That's a real Mr. Belvedere, maybe?
Maybe. What was the Ted Knight 80s sitcom?
Too Close for Comfort.
It might have been that.
Really? That's early 80s. There's a gay guy on the show, Monroe.
Jim
J. Bullock. So was it Monroe? That's your favorite superhero, David, Cosmic Cow. That was Ted Knight was a superhero artist, and he drew I think it was Cosmic. I don't know if he wrote it and drew it. He was like the original, like Todd McFarlane.
Right.
Comic book.
Like having AIDS. I try to put it back in my mind.
Is it just me, or does David have a dead sexy voice? It is not just you, but they're all saying it. David gets
my Benjamin cadence, yeah.
The baby Benjamin cadence is what we call it midlife. Yeah. Is it just me, or does David have a dead sexy voice? Midlife crisis.
And I try to just live my life like everybody else does.
The fifth graders at this public school in New York couldn't have asked for a better teacher than Ryan White.
Yeah, this is pre-Magic Johnson, Tone. Yeah. I'm surprised Magic's not weaved into this in some way. This is Magic in 91, going into 92. That's a good call.
Right.
How does it feel that you've lived this long? Well, I'm happy about it.
Oh, good Stern tie in there, Tony. 922 wine is
yes.
still active. So then the AIDS number is still active. Why would you take that down?
Of course.
From the very beginning, I said I was going to fight this disease and I was going to win.
He's understated.
Texaho asks, if we don't find David's voice sexy, does it make us all bigots? Yes, it does, Texaho.
Oh, yeah,
yes,
you're all homophobes.
And direct, so much so that it's easy to forget that he's talking about his own life.
Aren't you scared at night that you think that you're not going to wake up in the morning?
At first I was, but I'm not really now. Because my mother told me we're all going to die someday. So
that's so
just
gruesome.
Step up to it.
That is crazy. Oh, my God, I'm choked up.
That's
crazy. Could you imagine sitting in that
This is a
classroom?
horrific episode. Yeah, just this whole saga is, horrific.
I think the teacher is bawling on the left.
Oh.
Could you
they
imagine
must be.
hearing a kid say that? We're all going to die someday.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not even, like I said, he's got to be maybe 15 here. I don't even know if he's that old.
Yeah, I mean, that's his mantra. That he got it off that quickly, and that's just what he has to help. It helps him sort of, I'm sure, just deal with getting through everyday life.
Just to break the tension here, Brendan writes, the public service announcement should go: if you're a poon hound who doesn't want AIDS, please wear a condom. By Dan the Song Parody Man.
Yes.
Do you know the voice of Optimus Prime? Peter Cullen, David.
I don't. What other voices has he done?
He does the voice of. He does like tons of television voiceovers. So he did like a Jump Street promo. I wish I had it on. So he goes, this week on 21 Jump Street, and it's immediately you can connect it to Optimus Prime.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why
I just know the who was the trailer guy? He died many years ago.
Was it George Clooney's cousin, Miguel Ferrer?
Oh God,
he sounds just like this guy.
Oh, Don LaFontaine. That was his name.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're a poon hound who doesn't want AIDS, please wear a condom. This week on 21 Jump Street, in order for Hanson to catch a ring of pedophiles, Hanson is going to have to become a rapist.
From the very first, he asked me, am I going to die? And this was when he was first diagnosed. He said, am I going to die? And I thought, gosh, how am I going to answer this? And I said, we're all going to die someday. We just don't know when.
When Jeannie White was told her son had AIDS, doctors gave him 6 months to live. That was in 1984. Ryan is a hemophiliac who got AIDS from contaminated blood products meant to control his bleeding. As soon as his illness became public, his hometown of Kokomo, Indiana, panicked. Believing that Ryan would infect his classmates with the deadly AIDS virus, the community banned him from school.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So 21 Jump Street completely based this episode frame for frame off this shit. I didn't even realize this until right this second.
Interesting.
You see the no AIDS in school, blah, and they're marching around. It's exactly
it's like
what this. I had beat for beat. That's crazy shit. Wow.
I don't think he should be here. If people with chickenpox and measles can't come, why should he?
There's been a lot of rumors that when he gets mad, he spits on people.
They call you a queer or stuff like that. And you get people who throw away your dishes.
Throw away your dishes?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Because, I wouldn't want to eat off somebody else's dish either.
Again, David, this is right out of the Jump Street, the lunch table with the sharing the milk. It's beat for beat.
I think he's wearing the outfit Depp wore in the PSA right now.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm going to go here.
Oh, good.
Right here. Okay, right about...
And he spits on people.
They call you a queer or stuff like that. And you get people who throw away your dishes.
Throw away your dishes?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Because, I wouldn't want to eat off somebody else's dish either. And it's been washed, so that's all there is to it. If it wasn't washed, I wouldn't eat off it either.
No.
But is it fear? Is it prejudice? Is it cruelty? What do you think it is?
I think it's a little bit of everything. Cruelty.
God, what a precocious attitude. How could you develop? He's so, like, rhino-skinned off this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
My God, I would never have an attitude like that. You know how bitter you'd be knowing your days were numbered as a kid and you're just going, yeah, we're all going to die.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I it's important that his story is out there, but I would also feel like, God, do I really have to do another, like, you know, press junket?
Yeah.
Like,
how tired you would get of it after a while. Just let me
well,
live
and
my
also
last
like,
days.
exactly. Can I, you know, go play baseball or, you know, whatever.
No, I know. I don't know how much he's been like beckoned to do all these on a daily basis, where it's just news thing, and then all of Hollywood is rallying around him and they're requesting him for God knows what. They must have flown him out there, and I don't know. I mean, gay Hollywood especially we didn't know anything back then. That's why Elton John's so hands-on, no pun intended. Illy must have Scott Balow. Speaking of Scott Balow, speaking of hasn't aged today, Ralph Macchio meets Rick Moranis. Scott Balow, welcome, sir. Emily Westbeth has an age today. Young Guns 3 still might happen. Don't discount that, Balow. I would not. I bet you Young Guns is. I bet you in the hopper. I bet you they talk about that. I bet you that is potentially could happen.
They brought back Bill and Ted for a third one, like 25 years later.
Yeah, that's certainly on the table.
Yeah.
I think it comes with the fear and the prejudice. You know, it's just they don't know what else to do, so they'd be cruel. They're cruel, you know.
Despite the hostility.
The Dennis Miller had this bit back when he was funny. He goes, I saw Young Guns over the weekend, huh? This is the movie where everybody in it's Martin Sheen's son, but yet nobody has the same last name, huh? There's a tight nuclear family over there.
By the way,
they have a third son, Ramon Estevez. I don't know if you know him. He's
I don't know him.
Yeah.
Okay. They showed footage of what I assume was Ryan's mom, the brunette woman.
Yes.
And in the TV movie, Judith Light from Who's the Boss plays Ryan's mom.
Oh my God.
I'm not kidding.
You couldn't get a more. She's a blonde. That she's
she's blonde.
Super,
she's skinny.
Anorexic looking. God damn it, Hollywood. They couldn't cast Edie McClurg or something to play her.
Yeah, or Roseanne. She kind of looked like Roseanne.
Right,
yeah.
right, Hollywood. We need people to jerk off to this Ryan White.
Exactly.
We need
totally defeats
Judith
the purpose.
Light. I know. God damn it! That's what year was that made?
I think in the last year of his life, because she talks in an interview about like she got to know him a little bit before he died, and I don't know if it came out right after or during, but the guy who played her son on Who's the Boss, Danny, whatever that actor's name is.
Yeah, Pinataro.
He came out as HIV positive a couple years ago.
That's right. That kind of reminds me of him a little bit, Ryan White.
It's funny because I only knew him. I know Who's the Boss, but he was also the kid in Cujo with Dee Wallace as well.
God damn it! And you're too young for Cujo as well.
Yeah. Which I can't watch that movie anymore. It scared the shit out of me.
I can't believe you watched Cujo. Ryan White lived in Wyoming. Is that for a while? Did he? Is that true?
Yeah, maybe.
Why would you make that up? Ryan White is spinning in his grave, knowing Rodney says that Magic Johnson stole his AIDS thunder.
Right.
Hemophiliac victim. Oh, that's the fucking Elliot Offen reference, Brendan.
Oh, right. Right.
Right. Enough of this particular unrelated rabbit hole.
He faced, Ryan still wanted to be.
Let me get this straight, Scott Bailey. You're jealous of Ryan White for dying of AIDS at 18, and you're still alive in New Brunswick, New Jersey, playing Xbox One. Are you truly jealous of Ryan White? Is this shtick, Balo? Are you really jealous of this kid?
Go to school, but the more he persisted, the more he became a target. He was hounded and harassed, and then came the violence. People slashed the White's tires and shot a bullet through their living room window.
It's very upsetting to think that your child has to go through that. And I did not.
Is that a young? Well, back this up. Is that a young Judith? Is that Judith Light or David, you looking at the screen?
Yes.
I don't know if you check. Okay, is that Judith Light from Who's the Boss?
I mean, there's Dead Ringer. Yeah, totally.
I can't tell. Yeah, it could be her.
And I did not want him to go through that. And I said, Ryan, do you really want to go to school that bad? And he said yes.
In August of 1985, Ryan took his case to court. His 9-month battle sparked protests, boycotts, and parents' meetings.
You guarantee that my daughter will not get AIDS by helping him. If you can't, then he shouldn't be in school.
I don't want to take the chance of my child being right next to him and maybe accidentally being sneezed on.
You know, I can't blame them.
Well, I'm just thinking about this now. Sunflower Dragon says, welcome, Sunflower Dragon. Poor baby, how heartbreaking. Absolutely true. Watching, could you imagine these people castigating him watching this today?
Oh, yeah.
Could you imagine watching footage of how embarrassing you were? Of if someone shoved this in your face at some point, like something came out and like went looking for, could you imagine how embarrassing that would be?
It's super, they would do stuff on like talk shows in the 90s like that all the time where like Oprah reunited the Little Rock Nine and they faced their white classmates who were taunting them and super cringe.
Exactly.
I mean,
that's a great,
it's horrific. Yeah.
That's a great comparison. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, you shove this, and I don't know. I think some of these, I'm figuring they're like in their like late 30s, early 40s there. So today they would be like in their 60s or so.
Yeah.
Shove that. That'd be incredible to make them watch this back and how they felt. Or are they just as racist and homophobic today as they were then? Has nothing changed, which wouldn't even shock me.
Right. Yeah.
Very red state.
How did they react to COVID?
Right. Rodney says, just to keep score, center square extraordinaire Jim J. Bullock at AIDS when Ryan White had it, just before people like Freddie Mercury is still alive today. Nothing kills me, Bullock. He was on Howard a few times, Jim J. Bullock. Monroe. Vindicate Amber.
For being scared because it was new to everybody at the time. And, when you don't know about something, you're going to be afraid of it.
Rooster Sideburns, I commend you for even having a favorite Surgeon General.
Yeah, but that's at 13 quite a heavy thing to find out that people can hate you just for being sick or different.
Yeah, well, they really didn't hate me. They just, they were afraid of me. And eventually, it got to the point where they didn't want anything to do with me there. They just wanted to, keep me out no matter what.
I can't believe how empathetic, insightful, intelligent, precocious this kid is. The foresight he has to give these people a pass like that. It is crazy to think on that level.
It's tragic when the attitude that ensures like a long life, just you have the mental sort of willingness to keep going
what does
forward
he have
with
to
your
life.
Life.
From even doing this? Exactly. What does he have to?
Yeah,
there's
that it
almost
ends up with
nothing in it
his
for
fate.
him other than to educate people for the future. And he's just I would be, every kid would be bawling knowing their days were numbered at this point. I can't imagine.
25 of his classmates decided to stay away for fear of catching the deadly disease.
When most of Kokomo turned away from Ryan, the spotlight turned on him. At the height of the AIDS scare, one small boy's struggle with AIDS became a nation's obsession. What did you think when you saw your son on the cover of People magazine?
Well, Ryan was very sick at that time, and I thought, if you're going to be on the cover of a magazine, you want a portrait of your child, really healthy and looks good. But that wasn't what he was.
Swept up by media and celebrities, Ryan made a decision to focus the attention.
That's not Elton John. That was David on the piano, by the way.
Exactly. Old music I recorded 50 years earlier.
He did a cover just for us.
He got on his disease. He took AIDS center stage at a benefit given for him by Elton John.
Well, that was Charlie Sheen.
AIDS disease. He took AIDS center stage at a benefit.
So this is Depp is at this thing. He's just not in this shot.
Yeah.
Because there's a group picture. Is that Richard Dean Anderson on the left? MacGyver.
Oh, MacGyver.
It's such a bad picture that I can't. Quality, I can't tell.
It looks like Fred Norris. Yeah, I can't tell who it is.
It's so bad. Is that Robin Quivers on Richard D. Anderson's right?
Given for him by Elton John.
Goodbye, Mama Jean. Though I never knew what all you had to rest supposed to say.
I'm trying to think of the. Is this a you get dinged for that, like a concert,
like a live version?
Oh, he walks up. Look at that. Ryan White walks up on stage. Look at
All
that.
you can get out of an association with Ryan White and his whole family is a sense of smallness. Ryan White is an example of probably the most tremendous courage and tremendous dignity that a young person could have possibly shown in his life after being shown such bigotry and such abuse.
Elton John says you've taught him a lot. What do you think you've taught him?
That, you have to be a fighter. And, no matter what people say about you, you still have to stand up for what you know is right.
In the spring of 1986, Ryan finally won one fight, his right to return to school. But he began to lose his battle with AIDS. He was vomiting every 20 minutes.
Actually, these cameras following him around, going, "Let me film him in a coughing fit under the like. What is that?"
And he's completely sickly. Oh God!
It's almost like reality show cameras following him around, and let's get him at his sickest when he coughs, and just get that. What is going on here at that time?
Yeah.
What a bizarre. He must have just said, "All right, I'll do anything I can do to get."
I mean,
the
it's
word
important
out.
that people see. People need to see what the reality is, so they can, grow a second heart.
Yeah.
Minutes, and his weight was down to 60 pounds.
Ugh.
It was then that he told his mother he didn't want to die in Kokomo.
I really didn't feel like he had much longer to live, probably. Deep down, I really didn't think he did.
Why didn't you want him to die there?
I didn't think... I wanted it to be in a happier place, not where there was so much bitter and hostility. I felt like Kokomo needed a break from us as much as we needed a break from Kokomo.
I mean, the mom as well has to show this incredible strength and insight at the same time. I mean, it's just insane. So leave it to Howard to just bastardize this and be as insensitive as
Punching
possible. Punching down.
Yeah.
And this is probably the greatest example, perfectly said, David, of punching down. And where is it? Let's see. It's got a number to it. Okay, I think this is it. This is from the this is right after his death.
Yeah.
I hear Dice did 15 minutes at the wake.
Really? Hey, what are you sad that he's dead? What are you really upset the guy's a corpse now, all right? Hey, what are you mourning his passing? Hey, lady, what are you gonna do? Hey, what are you mourners doing? Are you with each other? Hey, I think you're really upset because the guy's dead, huh? Who's gonna mow your lawn, trim your bush?
That's Sam Kinison, by the way.
Oh,
after
not Billy
Gilbert.
West.
After Gilbert, Sam Kinison, I think. Or is that? You think that's Billy West doing that? Let me see.
Huh? Who's gonna mow your
it's Sam.
lawn, trim your bush? What? Little Miss Muffet sat on a top hat. I got plenty of rhymes for you. Sorry that he's dead.
Listen to them. What? How could? I mean, even at Gilbert's Dice, is there a better way to do that? Because Dice went to the funeral. Dice was touched by it, and he went to decide. This is the very height of punching down.
It reminds me of Bill Maher's Den of Vipers quote he had about the Stern
I can't believe
Show.
you said Bill Maher. I have that something with Bill Maher after this.
Oh,
I can't believe you said that. I can't believe
that's crazy.
Sunflower Dragon writes, the Reagan administration ignored AIDS for years. It took Ryan's mother and all the activists to force the government to actually address it. Fauci was the head of the NIH at the time. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's she's a research animal too. That Sunflower Dragon in the Melvin category.
Hey, I'm sorry your son's dead, lady, but little Miss Muffet sat on our toffee.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry you'll be haunted by nightmares of his death, but little Miss Muffet sat on a toffee.
That was the guy you wanted to wait.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Hey, girl, are you with those two guys? Are you upset about his death? Hey, confide on this, all right?
Hey, my wife's suing me for palimony, all right?
All right.
You think
Howard, what a gifted mimic Howard is. What a great
Howard finally chimes in with, it's like Jackie's struggling to write a line for him while he's laughing.
That's exactly what happened in that scenario.
Yeah.
This is I'd heard about this and I went and fetched it the other day, and it's so much worse than I thought.
Yeah.
What?
You got problems. You think I got palimony.
We can't find better targets to goof on than this. All the things that are out there.
I get that they're making fun of Dice, but it's also just, I don't know. Yeah.
That this guy's dead.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't have to pay palimony.
Fortunately, he wasn't there.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a toffee.
Anyway, Elton John was one. I think it's funny because they, it's very rare that you see people's outfits described at a funeral.
Yeah.
Hey, Elton, what are you, a homo?
Oh,
Hey, this guy Elton John, he's a big homo.
Somewhere young.
Thank you, Laura Marie. Yeah, that was Richard Dean Anderson and his girlfriend Marley Matlin at the time. That's exactly right.
Children of a Lesser God.
Good call, Lauren.
You can see still on the line.
They got this guy Elton John. That guy's a major homo. Little Miss Muffet sat on a toffee.
So, Gilbert, you're saying that it was inappropriate the way Elton John dressed for the
Maybe that's why they described it.
He's dressing like a queen. That guy.
Now, Elton John, who's kind of in with the Stern Show now, has done it recently and stuff. He's, I don't know if word gets back to him. He's fine with this. I don't know. This is a time when word didn't necessarily travel this show back then. I mean, it's kind of syndicated, but I tell you.
But it's like I was telling you, the Quentin Tarantino clip, that's the one Howard clip that makes it to CBS Sunday Morning, the one that shows Howard in the best light possible.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that's the work of Leslie Dart, the Woody Allen. If you could spin Woody Allen positive these days, you could do it for anybody. And they share a publicist. And that was my point about how Howard was, he'd gone up to him in a Knick game and tell him how he's trying to get him on the show and stuff. People are like, oh, that's not true. I'm telling you.
Because you even said that Tarantino clip was kind of obscure, right? Like it was
very hard to find. I had to go through my my Boff and Steve S sources. It was the 98 archives. It was a mysterious week or 3 days missing, and that was one of them. Just happened to be one of them.
Boff has Gayle King's email address.
Nice Gayle King reference.
That's just like a big homo.
Yeah, you can't think of Kokomo in the Indiana without thinking of fucking John Stamos playing the bongos. Jamaica.
Hey, Elton, where'd you get that hat?
Hey, where'd you get that hat? Huh?
Who made that Halston?
Hey, Elton, are you with those guys?
Hey, Elton's a pretty good guy, though, to do all that.
Hey, you're a pretty good guy to do that, but you're a big homo.
He sat by the guy's bed for a week, Howard.
He did.
Yeah, with good reason.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Wow.
If you're Elton John, you got to be, again, he must have not known about this because there's no way he's just going to gleefully do this. There's no more you can punch down. There's nothing worse you can do than that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was. You may have said this already. Was Howard syndicated by this point?
Very little. I think he was just at Philadelphia, L.A. He might have not even been in L.A. yet. This is the earliest of '90s. So when Ryan White died, I don't think he was syndicated in more than maybe Maybe
like
just
Philly,
Philadelphia at that
yeah.
point. So it's not going to travel. Yeah, so LA's not here yet.
I believe every guest who has been on Howard, like 2012 on, you can find, if you really dig through each grain of sand, you can find Howard trashing them.
You're describing the motivation for when we do cleaning out the computer.
Right.
So if he has a guest on it, pretty much I'll go looking for a time when he bashed the person or completely was a total hypocrite in what he's doing, whether it's Rosie O'Donnell or whoever it is. And there's almost everybody. You're exactly right. Virtually everybody who comes on, you could find it. Adam Sandler is a classic example of that.
Yeah, totally.
Barbara DeRush. I knew Richard Dean Anderson from General Hospital, and Lauren Marie was a big MacGyver fan. I think he was on that. He was on that Ballard publicist client list as well. So Andrew Dice Clay somehow hears this and carries this around for about 7 years. And so Dice calls into Howard's show to, I think, promote something, but he gets into a huge fight with him. And Dice recalls the Ryan White thing back to Howard. And it's a vicious fight. I think I was in the same best celebrity fight category with the Baldwin brothers. I think this is the same fight, and they don't go by. They'll string like 3 years together, and so is it Moon-Frye Thursday? Yeah. So this is Dice calling into Howard, and Dice is in LA, by the way. So it's like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m, and he goes at it, and Jackie's writing for Howard during this fight. And so this
isn't Dice's fight with Jackie over the phone.
This is different. This is actually different.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. $1,000 every time you say it.
Yeah.
Why don't you give me $1,000 every time you say something original? Why don't you try that?
Yeah, Dice, you're on a roll, baby.
You got nothing original.
Hey, what are you going to do to get the ratings
I'm
up?
not even awake. It's 5:30 in the morning here.
I know. And you're burying me. The audience can't believe how talented you are.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll go on radio and scare us all.
I call up and there's Howard with another
Mr. Boring.
studio.
Why don't you prepare the next time?
So I mean, I know you have a phenomenal ear, but he brings up Ryan Howard's talking over him. So it's tough when you call into a radio show. The host has such an advantage over you because of obviously in Howard's case the Darth Kermit compression, and the caller's got to be 1/20th the buy traits.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to drown someone out. And in Howard's case, he'll mute you at his convenience. So Dice brings up Ryan White into this. I just want you got to really keep an ear out because it's kind of talked over.
Hi-ho Silverstein comes into the studio.
Howard, what were you, the pity banging?
That's exactly what I was, and I admit it.
That's why you can't take it.
That's exactly what it is.
Because I'm handsome and you're a little rat.
Hey, Dice, you are so handsome that's why they're keeping you off Letterman and Leno. Letterman and Leno think you're too handsome. You make him look bad. You're absolutely right. You just hit on it.
When you fight him to sleep, let me ask you.
Dice just...
I want to give you a little Dice, what's the word I'm looking for? Context. So this Dice is in a kind of a bad part of his career. Like his album, his comedy, and he had a couple failed sitcoms. Dice is kind of in a bad way career-wise. Nobody's looking for him. This is like a real down. And it's really tough to come back from what he was in the late 80s and early 90s. He never really, he's just... So this is kind of like pathetic Dice, I guess, and people aren't looking for him anymore, and Howard's throwing that in his face. And this is Howard knee-deep in private parts hubris.
Right.
97-ish.
Hit on it, everybody. Letterman and Leno are scared of Dice because he's so handsome. That's why I don't like to have Dice on, because he's so handsome, he makes me look ugly. He hit it on the head. He finally hit the truth for once in his career. He's so handsome, I can't take it. When he comes on, I look so ugly next to him. And you know what? And Leno and Letterman tell me the same thing.
Very handsome, okay?
They can't believe when Dice Man comes on, and Keenan Ivory Wayans even looked ugly next to him.
And the setback.
My friend works on Keenan Ivory Wayans. He said Dice was deaf.
Who's your friend, Howard? Who's your friend? My friend works on Keenan. Do you remember that, David? Keenan Ivory Wayans at a talk show. They did this. Kind of vaguely. Like late 90s. There was this gaggle of talk shows that just go.
Yeah.
He was one of them.
Like Martin Short had a talk show.
It was around that same year.
Everyone's getting a talk show.
Got on and sang Elvis songs.
Bothered doing that stupid movie.
Yeah. Well, I guess because it made $43 million. How's your deal with Ivan?
Howard can't even lie. Howard lies about even like a little bit of lie. So now he initially he doubled Private Parts gross. So the last time he says 80 million the next year. So he tacks on an extra 40 because nobody. This is when you couldn't really look up box office takes, on the internet. He actually, even though it's a little bit, he can't even tell he's got to tell even a little lie. So he's like, oh, let me just tack on 2 million. So now it's 43 million. It's really 41. I know that's like, but he can't even not tell a little lie. He's got to slap on 2 million. It's 41 million.
It's convenient that even if he's approximating, it's over. It makes him look better.
Yes. There's no way he's going to tell you the straight face.
Right.
Reitman going, Dice, the movie you never made. And why do you call me every week asking me to make a movie with you? Because you can't get one.
Yeah, one of the things Howard used to do, he does this all the time, is like everyone's calling him all the time to do stuff. So Howard's ducking all of showbiz. Steve Dahl is calling him for radio jobs. His producers call him every week. Everyone calls Howard all the time for fame.
Right.
That's a good show we can do.
I remember one of the many Imus rants, and just I forget Imus's producer's name.
Bernard McGurk.
Bernard McGurk approached either him or some.
Every week. Bernard calls him every week. Calls Gary every week. You got to get me off this Imus show. He's terrible. I want to work for you. Bernard's begging Howard for a job every week. That's exactly how he framed it.
Right.
Every week.
Made and I can. You're over. Yeah. Why don't you admit it?
No, you're over. You just can't.
Where do you go after UPN 9? What are you going to do next for us?
P-Brain. That's right.
What's going to be next? Yeah, I'm P-Brain, all right.
That's right.
Tell us about your
Dice had a sitcom called Bless This House.
Okay.
It was on UPN, and it was basically the King of Queens basically stole it and did it.
God.
And then followed. So Kevin James just took the whole thing, and he's basically a UPS driver, and it's the same show. And
so he started the horrible fat guy with a skinny wife sitcom brand.
Yes, it's the same thing. Exactly right. The dumpy, ugly guy with the wife who's like a brunette 8. Who's a MILF, who's like a
Empire, Dice. Now you're the greatest comic.
Tuning off. The only people you have a good time making
if you were
the ones that dead.
There you go.
Died.
There you go.
Ryan White that died of AIDS at 7.
There you go. Yeah, we.
Did you catch that?
I heard it. I heard it.
So
that died of AIDS at 7. Dead.
There you go.
Died.
There you go.
Good time making
if you were
the ones that dead.
There you go.
Died.
There you go.
Ryan White that died of AIDS at 7.
There you go. Yeah, we make fun of him.
I'm making fun of that.
Oh, the new Dice. He doesn't make fun of people. The new Dice, everybody.
Wait a minute. He can't be on your case for making fun of people.
Yeah, no, Dice is the new Dice. He doesn't make fun of anybody. Look at that. Hey, that's a good career move. There you go. Hey, look at that.
So the lowering Dice's phone. Dice is talking. You could hear his voice trailing off, and Howard's lowering him, and you could hear Dice going, "I don't make fun of 7-year-olds with AIDS. I could do better than that." And you could hear you can't hear him fully kind of complete the sentence. And Howard's strategically lowering his mic.
Yeah, I remember when Howard he called into who was the guy in Chicago? Not Steve
Mancow.
Mancow. He called into Mancow's show, and he turned about his fair play. They totally, I'm sure on Mancow's show, it sounded like they were drowning Howard out, and he got that same treatment. So
yeah, Tone Cut. I love Gilbert too, but he's not getting a pass on that. That's just
that's
horrible.
Horrific.
There's got to be somebody else you can pick on besides Ryan White. I don't know how beloved Gilbert is.
Again,
he's a cartoon character and everybody loves him, but he's not getting a pass. That was absolutely horrible.
Gilbert's going to be funnier going after sacred cows than he is punching.
Exactly.
Again, that is
the best thing to go after is a sacred cow. Exactly.
Yeah.
Who would win in a fight, Cosmic Cow or Sacred Cow? Ask Ted Knight to write that.
Yeah, right.
The whole world
looking forward to Port Fairlane 2.
Comes on.
There you go. Now we make fun of your last
sitcom.
Talk
about what's happening. Good Lord.
You're the type that does anything for fuck.
Well, you know what it is? You're too busy with Club 33 in your basement.
That's why Rat Boy is so...
He's at Club 33. Rat Boy's got you got your number pegged, man. I'm the only one who doesn't suck your ass in your entourage, man. I tell
Tone Cott with a great post here. Ironically, and this is absolutely true, Dice ended up with an Oscar-nominated movie in Blue Jasmine and A Star Is Born. What has Howard done lately? Way better film career, Tone Cott. Absolutely true. And most importantly, co-star of Private Resort with John Christopher Depp II and Rob
Dice?
Morrow in 1985.
Dice has a better film career by merely having more than one compared to Howard.
And I'm not so sure Ford Fairlane isn't better than Private Parts.
Yeah.
If we watched it again, I need to do a rewatch of that.
Yeah, it has like an unfairly maligned Ishtar
Maybe it
thing
holds
about
up
it.
today. Yeah, maybe it kind of on the comeback of 2022. Maybe Ford Fairlane's actually really good.
Yeah.
Tell you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. Andrew Fat Clay, that's the truth.
Yeah, that's the truth.
That's the best Jackie came up with. Andrew Fat Clay.
That sounds like off the cuff Stern.
That's Howard off the cuff. Yes, that's not Jackie writing that.
That's right.
And the truth is, you're staying home with your wife in Club 33, and you're not making any jokes.
The only reason you're...
And now you're on TV for the second time bombing. And now you're all upset, and you're going to blame me. Poor Howard is the reason you're not getting successful. Oh, too bad, Dice. Sorry, next time you come in, I'll prepare some material for you.
Your mentor, Benjamin David, I'll call you Baby Benjamin. He swears by this fight. I remember last we spoke. If you sit there and you took the time to pause, and Benjamin would Rorschach.
Yeah. Right.
You transcripted this. Dice gets off some crazy good insults here and comebacks and jabs and criticism and stuff because he's drowned out. You lowering the mic and stuff. Dice really hits him well, but you can't tell. It comes off that Howard's destroying him because of the lowering of the mic. But if you really transcripted this, Dice gets off some really good shit in this.
Howard is the master magician. It's all magic tricks to make you side with him.
Yes.
He just somehow distorts reality through the theater of the mind that is radio, and it's very easy to become a fan of that show at that time, or in the 3 years that I listened to 30 years of content.
He's the carnival barker. I mean, he's he's working the Oz and they're working we didn't you didn't realize it, the smoke and mirrors that were happening back then, but it all comes to light now, and you didn't realize just how much Jackie was writing every fucking thing funny from that show. I have such a new respect for Jackie since we were doing Gunk.
And what's funny, I will say this. I think that it's funny. Howard's jealousy of every celebrity was perfectly expressed through Jackie's one-liners. I think it just gave it sort of like a storyline,
Yeah, Jackie's got it right in his voice, and he knows what a bitter, jealous bitch ass, king baby bitch ass he is. So you have to think on those terms. Just right, you're always jealous and bitter that you should get whatever that person is that you're talking to. You deserve the deal he has. You deserve the schedule he has. You deserve. Always think that's exactly how Jackie probably had to eventually put himself in the mindset of.
And just that separated, this group doesn't work well on their own, but together, and they're so different, and they probably should have never met, but it just created this really effective brand of comedy, and
throw Billy West in,
and throw Billy West in, right.
But eventually, if you're too talented for that show, Howard will have you excised and then blame management that he could have, and everybody knows he could have saved Billy West easily, just thrown 40 grand at him. And like the best part of the show, and he couldn't. He blames management when it was Howard who didn't protect him.
Right. Who was the comedian who was an intern? It wasn't Mitch Hedberg. It was.
You talk about Oh Christ! I know he had the thing with Fred where Fred was bullying him on the show.
Yes.
Mitch. Oh shit. Crap. Damn it. I forget his last name. I have a whole damn thing on my channel from him.
I'll look it up. Not Mitch Hurwitz.
No, he's definitely a Jewish guy from Long Island. But yeah, Mitch is the first name, and God damn it.
I'm looking it up. Hang on.
I don't know if
Mitch Fatel.
Mitch Fatel, yes. He went to college with Stuttering John.
Oh, okay.
NYU. That's how he got in at the show. And then Fred was bullying him the whole time.
Right.
And he came back on the show and told that story. Thank you, Tone Cott. Yeah, you got it. Mitch Fatel.
There we go. Thank you.
Next time you come in.
The only reason your wife sleeps with you is a warm-up to a dildo, let's face it.
That's it, and I tell the truth. My wife absolutely uses a vibrator because I'm bad in bed. At least I'm willing to talk about it.
Historical context by Tonecoat. Yes, absolutely, Tonecoat. 89. How long before Dice? Dice pretty much goes on Opie and Anthony like right after this.
Yeah.
So he becomes kind of a regular on there and doesn't do the Stern Show again for a good 8 years, and then pops back on Sirius.
Right.
And that seemed disingenuous.
And he had like a whole kerfuffle with Artie. Like he owed Artie money, or Artie, it's always money.
He had a relationship with like Jim Florentine or something. He was, I think Florentine opened for him. That's kind of one of the origins of Florentine.
But Dice is the best in bed. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dice with his scary material.
Put down on a piece of cheese, rat.
Ah, that's good.
Put your hair in a bun, put on your dress.
Ah, okay. A little bit jealous, huh?
Yeah, you see, like, put your hair in a bun, put on a dress. Like I said something like, put on a dress like every talk show you go on and kiss the host like the girl that you are. And we didn't listen to him, and we didn't listen to him back then. He was all over it. Why are you putting your hair in a bun?
Jealous of what? You?
That you sit at Club 33 and wonder where the greatness went.
Yeah.
Talk about something real in your life when you come on a show. Alan Thicke came on and was a better guest than you. Alan Thicke's not even a cop. See, he doesn't listen. It's so stupid.
But your little kiss dance.
I can't even sit there and help him. I tried to help him. I was going to tell him what was wrong with his career.
Conversation, but it turns into...
You can't have a conversation with him. You can't. He wants to sit and call me rat boy and all that. I could help him with his career and tell him what he's...
Now, God knows what Dice is saying here as his mic is lowered. He's rattling off all these great insults, probably. You're not going to hear it.
I wonder if Howard muted him or muted himself so that Dice couldn't hear him talking to Robin.
No, he totally does. Absolutely does it. Yes. Barbara DeRush goes, there's a guy sitting outside Howard's apartment during private parts. Yes. Eli Roth. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And then Steve Grillo tells a story where he claims Howard had an affair with Mary McCormick during private parts at that exact same scenario.
Interesting.
Because they would switch. He switched with him, and he's like, why is Mary McCormick here at this time? And he's got a whole timeline for it that makes a lot of sense. Dice got famous through cassette tapes in the late 80s. He was like the Jerky Boys. Yeah, very similar. Yes, Dorian. That's exactly right.
Doing wrong, but he can't take it.
We've been nothing but a friend to him, and he goes in the paper and badmouths us.
Because you
I don't understand why that is.
Because people attack you when you do something nice for them. It's like no one else is doing anything. I had him on as a mercy booking, and then he has to badmouth.
And I was doing nothing nice for you, except come on.
Remember when he used to go on? Remember we were at war with him, and he'd go on the DeBella show?
Yeah.
And then he'd say DeBella's the king. Remember when he'd say DeBella was the king and all that?
So I stopped it there, and so now what happens in this same day? Dice is running around. Dice goes on Bill Maher's Politically Incorrect show, which is on ABC at the time.
Yeah.
And they started a conversation about Howard. Now, I don't have the footage of the show, but I have the footage of the show on Howard's show. So the next day, Melrose Larry Green calls in with footage of Bill Maher's Politically Incorrect with Dice going off on Howard on the show. And I think Ann Coulter and George Hamilton are on the show with him. So this is like in the same day this happens.
So evidently Dice, George Hamilton, and Bill Maher, three has-beens, three old men got together last night to discuss why I'm cutting edge. Would that be accurate, Melrose?
Another whole TV show.
Yeah, a whole TV show. Now Charles.
So let me give you a little again. This is at that time. Melrose Larry Green and Big Black were essentially doing JD's job and doing it better than him. And they would run around television and VHS record stuff and play it over the phone for Howard to comment on. And it was like way better than what JD, who they created a job for. They don't hire black males on the show. They don't hire black people on the show besides Robin. So, of course, they're not going to hire Big Black, who would every day call Howard to beg him for a job going, look at what I'm doing for you. I'm giving you a whole 40-minute segment here. Hire me for $25,000. I'll do it. And they never hired him. So they go and fucking hire JD. I love Big Black. I wish he was on the show. How great would that be? And Melrose, Larry Green, and Big Black were doing JD's job for free and better than them.
Totally.
Over the phone.
I loved. I think Big Black did Hollywood Squares, right?
I think he did. Yes.
Yeah, it was great. The best. Yeah.
Did you ever hear Black on Black with him and King of All?
Yeah, I've heard you reference the show. I've not heard
great.
an episode.
He and King of All Blacks did a show together. They just talk about being black, and it was great. And it was better than Howard show. And of course, he had it killed. And truly one of the big hits, like that and Back Office Radio are probably the two biggest things to come out of those Howard 101 shows. One of my favorite all-time Stern adjacent people is Big Black.
Yeah, totally.
Now, well, Bill Maher doesn't like me because I never let him on our show, and I won't come on his piece of garbage program. And
yeah, that was the thing Howard loved to do back then. Is everybody's asking him all the time to be on their shows,
right?
And then he would brag about not letting that person on their show. It's just real king baby bullshit.
Meanwhile, he'll go on in 2019 to promote Comes Again.
Yes. Yes, and Maher was on his show.
Also, what a cyclical, like they're always fighting, then they're not fighting, then they're fighting, then it's crazy.
Howard worked with Maher's father
at
WNBC, and I don't know if he was ever on. I don't know the WNBC years too well. I was too young to listen to it, and I was just kind of there. And he sounded like a wicked witch whenever I would drive around and somebody would have it on. I'm like a little kid. I would hear Howard going, meh, 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 meh. It just sounded like a wicked witch. It just wasn't like for. And I don't know if Bill Maher's father was ever on the show at all, just kind of popping in.
Right. Yeah. I don't know anything about. I saw Bill Maher's documentary Religulous, and his father had passed away by that time, but he mentioned his father was in radio and was a broadcaster of some capacity. Yeah, I've never heard his father.
And Howard actually doesn't bat. Apparently, Bill Maher's dad was very nice to him, very good guy. Yeah. He has not a bad word to say about him, which is kind of odd. Which is very
that is strange. Yeah.
Melvin says we'll discuss with sir. Imagine how he betrayed and enraged Big Black, and those guys are now with the current state of the show. I would love to hear Big Black, especially his opinion on the current state of the show. I don't know where you find him. I don't know where you get him. I don't know how to get in touch with him. I can't remember his real name.
That lame Norm Macdonald looking interviewer will find them eventually to do a puff piece, I'm sure.
Yes.
So he's all upset about that. He only begged me to come on 50,000 times. And I just don't like the show. George Hamilton is a guy who tans for a living.
Oh boy, this is an amazing piece of tape, Howard.
And Dice, of course, we all know where his career is. His show's number 107 in the ratings. He claims to be an actor. That's what he told me yesterday. But he has, as far as I know, he's never done a movie that's either been critically acclaimed or made any money. And he says he's a comic.
Well, he didn't say he was a good actor. He just
he says he's an actor. I think he was trying to imply that I'm not. And quite frankly, I don't consider myself an actor, but I tell you something, I'll match my reviews against his any day. My acting reviews were astounding, considering nobody wanted to like me as an actor.
Yeah, these were not your friends.
No, these were not people who were anxious for me to succeed. So,
for a second?
Yeah.
George?
To do something with me. All these guys who want to do something with me.
Let's make sure he can
captivate the public. A 70-year-old guy, a guy who tans. The only thing he asked of Imelda
else it matters.
So, I don't know what he means.
Here we go.
Stupid ass.
Ready to go?
Go ahead.
Let's go to the videotape. You're gonna.
Just play it. You're sickening me.
Okay, here it is.
So, Howard Stern, what about him? Do you feel the same way I do about him? Subject, yeah. I challenged the guy to a fight. You know that on air. Howard Stern. I did.
This wasn't too pre-planned.
58 years old. Believe me, he could tag you.
Wow. There you go, George Hamilton.
We were supposed to stay out of this when I'm talking. Yeah, we are. You do this every night. He's here all the time. You know this.
Tonecut says George Hamilton is the best part of the Godfather series. Always was, always will be. Godfather 3 is better than part 1 and 2, and George Hamilton is the best actor in any of the Godfather films. I couldn't agree more, Tonecut.
That was shot. Why don't we take over? I mean, I like him. Why don't we take over Madison Square Garden? I'll fight it. Why did he challenge him so much? Yeah, exactly. What did he say about you, George? It was that I was working with my ex-wife, and she called up, and it was
She got it.
Thank you.
Why is she an ex?
Well, actually, she's never been an ex. The problem is that she...
That's the one you did the talk show.
I know, that's what I mean. She's twice I got a divorce.
Is Dice slowing down George Hamilton?
I can't even.
And Tonecut says Sofia Coppola is also the second best part of the Godfather trilogy. By far. It's not even close.
Stop it for a second.
And you see, you're the general who would say that. You know what Howard Stern did? He said horrible things to her. And I felt so bad for her. Well, you see, that's what happened.
What did he say?
That's very similar. Oh, you're just trying to talk to the man.
Yeah,
right.
I was going to basically say the same thing.
We're getting even for all the evenings you won here.
What did Howard Stern say about your wife?
Well, it was just
Nothing.
basically that
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's
motivated politically by, trying to get ratings, and then he went on.
What did he say?
He knocked Rod Stewart and me. I didn't mind the Rod Stewart part of it.
What did he say about your wife?
Right. Well,
Alana Stewart, I guess, is the wife, right? Remember George and Alana was a talk show.
Yeah.
Totally. Howard was obsessed with morning talk shows because they were like competing with him, and they're all corny, and he's too cool for them.
Kathy and Regis.
Exactly. They're
I can't.
Nothing.
But it was horrible things. I mean, just.
Stop the tape. Stop the tape.
Well, you forget sometimes the flights, but you remember the perpetrator.
Howard. Okay, I'm trying to tell you to stop the tape, Larry. I guess you can't hear me.
I'm sorry.
Okay. George Hamilton can't say what I said about his wife because the truth of the matter is I never said a word about his wife. What he won't tell the audience is that I said to his wife, how can you be married to a man who sucked up to Imelda Marcos and the horrible Marcos administration in the Philippines who raped the peasants? He won't tell.
Like Howard cares about the peasants in the Philippines.
Seriously.
Like anybody buys that for a second.
He'd kill to have Imelda Marcos's shoe collection.
And Beth does with a $10 million closet.
Right. Exactly.
Tell them what I said. I never said anything bad about his wife.
Exposed him to his wife.
His wife was lovely. We had a nice conversation. Yeah, I asked her about sexuality and stuff like I do.
Very complimentary.
I was complimentary to her. It had nothing to do with his wife. It had to do with the fact, how could you marry a man who sucked the ass of Imelda Marcos? And I would imagine the people in the Philippines would probably love an answer to that. And he won't say it.
There's no bigger defender and champion for the people of the Philippines than Howard Stern in 1997. As you know.
It's like his going after Linda Ronstadt, like after she and Robin got in a fight on The Tonight Show. He went on the air the next day saying that Linda Ronstadt played Sun City, and I remember
he's worried about that, right? He's worried that this is
like apartheid stuff. Like Howard literally said in that rant, like when the rest of us were screaming about apartheid, I was like, we were never screaming about apartheid.
What a fucking huckster, charlatan motherfucker.
Honestly.
He won't say it because he's a coward. He'll talk about boxing. He'll talk about this. This is a man who tans that nobody ever saw. And he's done a lot of good-looking chicks. He's a very handsome man. He's
right. They'd say, well, why are you... He keeps... And Dyson, if we did, the guy who dubbed Asians yellow or urine-colored people...
Yeah, he's worried about making fun of people?
He's forgotten.
And I don't have trouble with that. I don't...
Only he's been doing...
Charles Grodin is still better at criticizing.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
I had a thing with him this morning. We were supposed to have a nice little war. And,
So, David, isn't that crazy? It's the same day.
Oh, wow.
He goes on, because he calls Howard for 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then goes on this the same day. And then somehow, I don't know, Mars people hear it, or he incorporates it into their topics, and they just bring it on this is on ABC at the time. It's an odd thing.
What happened is he shut my mic off because someone like if me and you had a war. You were on with Howard this morning and he cut you off? Yeah, that is wrong. We got to take
after 20 minutes.
That is wrong.
Yeah, so Dice he kind of knows that he must have recorded it and listened back, and he realized everything I said was my mic was lowered or edited out, which he had to have done. He must have just had it recorded in like his assistant or something. He was like, Andrew, I hate to tell you, but everything I heard you screaming at him really never made it to the air.
Yeah.
And now he's bringing that he's kind of revealing Howard's hocus pocus here.
Meanwhile, he was going on network TV later that night while Howard is doing God knows what.
And this is I'm trying to remember. The show was on at midnight in those days. I think it was on at 12 o'clock. It was 12 midnight, I think, weekdays.
Kimmel replaced it, right?
Kimmel replaced it, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
And then he cut him off. That was kind of funny.
Okay, we got about a 10-second pause here, Howard.
Yeah.
I'll be with you in 10 seconds, Howard.
Okay.
Okay, so you can... Here we go.
I bet they booked Dice last minute real quick to suck off my personality. You know what I mean? To just suck off some of my popularity.
Why would he all of a sudden be on?
Yeah, why would he all of a sudden get that shot?
Quite frankly. But you had mentioned it. You were on Howard's turn. Okay, let's all right, so we were supposed to have this war, you know.
Now he's got something to talk about.
Yeah.
Geraldo had him on. He was talking about Nora Dunn.
He was very weak. You know what I mean? And I haven't been in the studio in a while, and he went right to the phones. He sets up calls like Dice haters. He wanted me to fight with Jackie Martley, and I'm going, Howard, talk to me. I haven't been in here in a while. So I said in an interview, he went berserk on me, but not in a comedic way, just nasty.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, but it's one thing to me, too.
I think what happened here was Dice went into Stepping Out magazine with Chauncey and said, the last time I was on his show, he was really weak. His show wasn't, and so Howard got enraged. I think Chauncey did his thing where he loves to cause trouble. He loves to be a fucking imp like that.
Yeah.
Cause trouble, and then Howard went off on Dice, and then Dice called in to argue with him about that interview.
I know Chauncey's a friend of the show. He does seem like a bit of a yenta, I have to say.
He loves it. He loves it. He loves it. He loves causing this strife. Nobody loves it more than Chauncey.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jackie was so thrilled his name was mentioned on ABC.
Oh, I know. That's the only way he's getting on ABC.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I am the most vile, vicious, dirty, filthy, nasty cop.
Yeah, well, why don't you do it?
But I did see your last special. It was pretty bad. I mean, as far as the dirty stuff, it was good. So what I'm trying to say,
special
I
was good.
do it in fun. I pick on everybody.
Oh, he's Don Rickles
I
now.
pick on, I told
Howard. Yeah, he's Don Rickles. I love everybody when I do it.
I do it in fun.
When I call people. What?
Jackie got a plug.
Jackie.
Yeah, I like it.
How does it feel to be thinking on the same plane and level as Melrose Larry Green, W?
I should be so lucky. Yeah.
Isn't it rarefied air to be in lumped in with that company, Melrose
With
Larry Green?
His CPA brain, yeah.
I can't believe he was a CPA. I can't.
Yeah.
You're amazing.
Listen to this idiot.
Howard, this
Now he's on with three has-beens sitting and discussing, me. How embarrassed I
All
am
of
for
a sudden,
him.
it's exciting. He actually has somebody to fight with.
I'm so embarrassed for him. I'm so embarrassed for him. I mean, I'm just so embarrassed for him.
So he's getting around and bringing up Ryan White. I think it's coming up here.
Okay.
There's plenty more.
Go ahead.
Now you're not only the feeder for Charles Grodin, you're also the feeder for politically incorrect.
I just like I like Dice saying that.
Waiting for once.
Yeah, right.
Now they have a new topic.
All right.
I think that's funny. It happened on his show. About.
Now they have a new topic.
All right, play it.
Ready? One more minute.
Well, at the same time, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But this guy goes after what happened on his show. He's doing like Princess Di humor, right? And I was on a show, and I go, I don't think that's funny. So today, when we had our war, instead of me getting in my shots, he just lowered the mic completely.
Yeah, lowered the mic
over me. And when I got you to be.
Now, you all heard that what I just played. Dice is absolutely right. He lowered his mic.
Yeah.
You can clearly hear his voice trailing off. It's blatantly obvious. It's not even subtle. And so Howard's, the serial liar at work. He's lying and denying something that you plainly heard with your own two ears.
The one to draw the line. No, but the line is, see, I'll say just about anything on stage. I'll pick on anybody that's above you draw the line. Who made you comedy god? It's not about being comedy god.
I give Bill Maher credit here. He's defending Howard a little bit. He's like, who made you comedy god? Who are you to tell where the line is? And that's pretty, you know, he's there with him, and I give Maher credit because he's pushing back, and he doesn't have to do that.
He's showing off to Ann Coulter to have sex with her later.
You always thought they hooked up after the show all the time.
Yeah,
we have no evidence. They must have, right?
I feel like did they have a relationship? I thought they did.
They're friends. They're definitely friends.
Right.
He will deny they ever, because she's such a staunch right winger, and he's not. But yeah, you always got the. She was always like famously single all the time, and
right.
Has she ever been married at all?
I don't think so. Every time I think of her, I think of Debbie Schlussel.
Yes. Coulter has never done Howard's show. There was a I looked something up recently where she was booked, and Gary butchered the booking in some way. There was some weird thing where she had gone on some other show and they got offended and they didn't want her. They have the Stern Show has all these rules that you can't do this list of shows, and if they find out that I can't remember if it was Imus or something but she's never actually done the Stern Show.
I don't know what Howard would have to
dated
talk to.
J.J. Walker. Remember? I got it. That's real, Dorian. I thought I saw that. That's crazy. Man, you talk about that's as weird a couple as Rose McGowan and
Julia Roberts and
Lyle Lovett.
Lyle Lovett, thank you.
Yeah. Barbara DeRush goes, what doesn't kill you makes you strong was the tattoo he had. Barbara DeRush says something up here. I can't believe I remember this. It's amazing the stuff that sticks in your brain from this show. I remember this too, and I'm like, why do I remember? I remembered all of this as well, and this is now. You want to feel old? This is 25 years ago. This fucking
goddamn
this audio. 25 years ago.
It's crazy.
Let me tell you something. Someone else on the show wants to talk.
I like Dice deciding what should be spoken about.
Yeah, he's now.
How do you like Dice? The good Dice. Hey, stop it.
And it's quite vulgar, but it's all part of a persona. It's supposed to be vulgar. And I think that's different from something, I mean, that is less offensive, it seems to me, than something like G.I. Jane, where it's just supposed to be normalizing men not really caring that a woman is butt naked in front of them, which apparently is a scene. I haven't seen that movie either, but I have an opinion. And somebody walks in.
Come on, let's talk about me.
In the shower, G.I. Jane, and he doesn't even notice. I mean, that is sort of foisting.
He's bored with Dice, too.
Yeah. She shut him up. Everyone talks over Dice.
Leah's just coming out and saying, I'm a vulgar pig. And
if you want to see a brilliant performance, Colby Smulders, do you know who she is? She's a actress.
Yeah.
She played Ann Coulter in the Clinton, the Monica Lewinsky story.
Oh,
it is so good. You got to hear and see this portrayal of her. It is fucking perfecto. I don't know how she didn't win an Emmy. It's kind of a glorified. It's not she's in it. I mean, it's definitely a role. She's not the star of it. She's in it more than you think.
Right.
And Colby Smulders plays Ann Coulter. It is so fucking good. I have a whole new respect for her. How much she nailed this.
That's because she's a big persona. Like you actually have to use theatrical acting.
Another
technique
cool Canadian broad, I mean. It's always the Canadians. I know, and she's got such a very specific, that sort of erudite Connecticut Republican lilt to her voice.
She's got that newscaster voice,
Yes. She's got kind of a cool just her life is like, she's not really beholden. You can't cancel her because she doesn't really work for anybody. She's sort of like a pundit that runs around spouting right-wing talking points, and she writes books, but she doesn't really work for anybody necessarily.
Yeah, right. She's never been like, there were so many of these like pundits that they wrote exclusively for Vanity Fair or something like that. And she was never really tied down to anything, I don't think.
No, I don't think she's ever been like straight, like she's always been freelance pundit.
That's what I thought.
When you hear Dice, that's what I thought.
But the point I'm trying to make, the point is...
The point you're making is you're not funny.
You have an opinion on something. What he did, he said, he got to the point of like, you don't make fun of anybody anymore. I go, no. I had an opinion on the princess. You know what I mean?
The princess.
Oh, that Tonka, thank that's Chauncey that had the tattoo. Whatever doesn't kill me makes me strong. Was it spelled wrong?
I think
in big letters up and down his back. Right.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
It's actually not a bad credo to live by. If you're going to get a tattoo, have it be something that you actually will inspire you, like some kind of carpe diem kind of
totally
thing. As corny as that is, it's not a bad thing to live by.
Hey, if it works, whatever.
He seems to be very happy in Ireland, and he's a great friend of Radio Gunkies. All this dirt that he's never shy to spill.
That story about someone DMing you about the daughter or something. His wife. Yeah.
His wife had moved to Ireland, and somehow she's following me on Twitter. So Chauncey goes looking through my Twitter followers and finds out his wife is following him, then starts DMing me that I have some intel on his wife. I don't know who his wife is. I don't know. Right. And I must have spoken to him in DM for about 3 hours.
Wow.
Just going back and forth. I want to maybe I could release those. I don't know if I'm sure we got to Howard stuff throughout the whole thing.
Sure.
But he was plotting moving to Ireland at the time to track his daughter down. It was like a Sons of Anarchy plot.
Right. So you had an opinion on what we were doing with the princess.
Yeah, you didn't even have an opinion on the princess.
We wanted your opinion on the princess.
I'm telling you, I interviewed this guy, Dice Clay, and I go, hey, Dice. So
Barbara DeRush goes, Babs Rush goes, JJ Walker does a pain in the neck Medicare commercial. Goes, this is something like, money. She says that over and over. I think that's what she's talking about. I know.
Okay.
Oh, what do you think a lady died? What you do isn't funny. That was his comment. Okay, so what is your opinion on her? He didn't even have an opinion.
I can't say anything about anybody anymore.
I have nothing to say.
He has nothing to say.
The funniest thing is when Fred said, nothing, I wrote that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Fred was funny.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And Dice was.
You know. Who could take this guy seriously?
Imagine Fred on Politically Incorrect. Maher throws it to him and goes, well, there you go.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Huh?
Thank you for the dumb opinion, Fred, okay? Then Artie had that story. Artie said he went on Politically Incorrect, and Maher said to him. He goes, okay, thank you for the dumb opinion, okay?
Oh, my God.
And Artie was traumatized by it. He brings it up.
That show was so... I mean, I know Real Time, his new show, is basically the same show, but it's just so bizarre to have, like, you know, the Secretary of State and, like, you know, Kate Mulgrew from Star Trek Voyager on the same panel.
Well, that was his plan.
Right.
What would it be like to have a dinner party with Kate Mulgrew and who was the other one you used?
Like a Secretary of State or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So what it would be like if they were in the same room and that was at a dinner party, and it's a good idea, you know. And this show has been ripped off a million times. I mean,
true. Yeah.
Colin Quinn's Tough Crowd is essentially this with just comedians.
Yeah, I think that, you know, movie stars are not that bright, you know, so it's sort of like, it's one thing to get different types of people who are smart maybe, but I don't know about movie stars.
Well, you're putting yourself out there and you're exposing yourself if you go on this, because you're not reading a script, and it's like you're stripped down. And for some of them, and I'm sure some publicists said, it's not a good idea. Don't do that. Your opinions aren't going to fly. Your naked opinions aren't going to fly.
Right.
Listen, the bottom line is it's the end of his career. It's been over for a couple of years now.
You know who's a big fan? He was Kenneth Cole was on that.
I don't know. Years old. Who did that?
One of a 7.
Here we go. This is right. I'll stop it here.
Bottom line is,
as soon as he goes out of here.
Play.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
I'm going. Here we go. Well, the bottom line is this. You know, I spit on a guy that makes fun of his wife's miscarriage. That's number one, which he did in his book, which he did on the air. That'll do anything for a buck. I on a guy that makes fun of a 7-year-old, Ryan White, who died of AIDS at 7 years old.
Who did that?
No humor in that. And I on a guy when this woman, you know, I'm talking about the real me. I'm not talking about me on stage now.
Oh,
right. We can see that. No, that's a big split dice.
The split dice.
You know, this woman, you know, could have just been a jet setter, had a good time for herself. She helped millions of people. She did a beautiful...
And what did you do, Dice?
Woman died. the whole world.
He's now upset about material.
You know, and I. That's my.
Well, yes, he
But
lost
it wasn't Dice the comedian. It was Dice the person.
Well, me on stage, I could say what I want.
And I would agree with Howard on stage, I guess.
Is he an idiot or what? I mean, you know what it is? I got to tell you the truth, as long as all the truth's coming out. There are times that we sit in a room with Dice, and Robin will attest to this, that he starts saying stuff, I'm talking about off the air, that you think he's, like, kidding. You think that, like, he totally doesn't get anything. I can't even begin to tell you how warped he is.
This is where you can't believe anything Howard says. You at the time you would believe him. That anything that happens where you can't see it or hear it with your own ears, don't believe shit he says. There's no way that happened.
You know, it kind of reminded me of someone else who was in that Kid 90 documentary, David Arquette, who later called in to the show to hold Howard, you know.
Well, that's on my
hostage.
Patreon. Did you hear I put that all together? That's a great reference by you.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it reminded me of, you know, Howard is rarely called out in such detailed language, and to see either Dice do it here or to see David Arquette do it to him on the phone, on air. It's a very rare thing that happens.
So we're going to end this here. I think that's a good place to stop it. I want to thank everyone for staying with us all night on NFL launch night. But if you didn't listen, go back and catch it if you're watching the Rams and Bills game. I want to end it. Sarah has a ending for this, but before I do that, I was told from the chat, I was asked if I'd sing the 8 is Enough theme song. So I'm going to sing it in my best lyrics by David Lee Holdridge and Ann Lincoln. This is as sung by Grant Goodeve. So I'm going to do my favorite, my best Grant Goodeve to end this show. So I want to thank everyone in the chat for tuning in. So this is I'm going to sing this, and then I'm going to play what Sarah's closing. Let me just identify Sarah's closer. Okay, she's outro. Okay, Sarah made a beautiful Depp out, which she claims I haven't seen yet, and I believe her. So I'm going to sing the 8 is Enough theme song for the request of all you beautiful people that hung with us in the chat. Listen to Radio Gunk next week. The fantasy draft is Saturday. Email me at 17squabblelane@gmail.com or PM in the Radio Gunk forums if you want to. I think we're looking for 14 people. We did 16 last year, and you run out of superstars. I want to maybe reduce it down to 14. I won't go any lower than 12. I don't want superstars at every position. So it's going to be between 12 and 14 teams. So this is 8 is Enough for the people in the chat, for the great people in the chat who requested it. Thank you, David, once again for sitting in.
Thank you.
Our baby Benjamin. The door is always open.
Thank you.
We are going to Beck, and just when you're available, you're always welcome.
Yeah, it's always so much fun. I really love doing this.
If you're interested in sitting in, if you have an idea, please let us know. We're going to get each and every one of you in. Your fine Chugs, your Andrew Morgans, your Rodneys, your Scott Balo, who is going to be with us back again. So this is, you have anything to add, David, at the end?
I was just going to say, when I get around to it, I will read Danny Depp's books, and maybe I can come on and do a deconstruction.
That is a phenomenal idea for a show.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. And we could equate it to all the things in Depp's life, which I'm sure I'll be able to identify with each sentence. This is Grant Goodeve singing 8 is Enough. I want to thank everyone. Good night, everyone. I love you all. There's a magic in the early morning we found, when the sunrise smiles on everything around. It's a portrait of a happiness that we feel and always will. For 8 is enough to fill our lives with love. Good night, everyone. I love you.
Such is the way of the world, you can never know just where to put all your faith, and how will it grow? Gonna rise up.